Finishing blow.
Nice shot.
Oh my god!
Holy
welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series. It's year 5 and we are heading into week 2 of Split 1 here for EMEA. That means a new group of teams to watch today as they get their first stab at the new competitive year. My name is Glitter Explosion and I'll be your host for today, and we've got loads of things we need to talk about, so let's start doing just that. Today I have the wonderful Spider, Tiff, and Jamerson alongside me to get you guys through all of the action. Now, Tiff, how are you feeling today?
Honestly, it feels like the first day back at school. I'm a little nervous. It's been a minute for me here, and I'm so happy to be back, especially with all new Legend ban system, seeing how that's going to pan out for Group C, especially how week 1 went. Look, it was refreshing, let me just tell you, to witness how all the chaos went down last week. I
mean, absolutely. Speaking of week 1, I'm kind of Jamerson, so give me your thoughts here so far.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Apex Legends launch all over again, especially seeing the diversity in terms of legend compositions that we saw out of EMEA last week, just out of the gates. We saw so many different comps. I think by the end of the weekend, someone had noted we had something like 55 different unique compositions played throughout that weekend. So it does feel like it's a new school year. We're back with our friends. We're going to have fun. This is going to be a fantastic split.
It is. It's going to be a really fun day here today. Let's start talking about the teams. You heard me mention it a little bit earlier. We have a new group in play for our participating groups here today. It's going to be groups A and C kicking things off here. And for me, I mean, I'm obviously looking at that GoNext Navi swap there with those rosters. Our former champions that just took home the title in Japan in February down there on Navi. Obviously the title Oregon GoNext. But Tiff, give me your thoughts.
I mean, look, immediately when you jump over to Group C, you got 75% British Phoenix, Surdell. I haven't seen Phoenix since Germany back in the day, but granted, I mean, I've been away for a few months, but 10K, Kashera, and Postkill back together alongside Kaishi. Like, I've seen Kashera dabbling back into the crypto, and when I say it feels like home, it really feels like home. But I'm excited to see what they do when it comes to the Legend ban system, especially if you're locking in that crypto already early on. He doesn't get banned too quickly on EMEA.
Yeah, a little bit of nostalgia.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit surprising there, but you guys were talking about it in scrims that teams are falling a little bit more favor out of the crypto last week for EMEA. When we got to game number 6, if we had a 6th legend ban, it would have been crypto, but seeing as how we're seeing a little bit more of an uptake in terms of the fuse instead, really opting for possibly getting that the ring console information later on, because we do see how quickly Catalyst ends up getting banned throughout scrims and in the regular day of play.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly lots of teams that we need to focus on here today, and it's only week 2, but obviously new group means new teams to highlight here, Tiff. So I know you had a couple you wanted to talk about.
Oh, I definitely have a couple. So gather around, folks at home. We have a Yap session that's about to go down. We'll kick some things off with Aurora. We have Oirain, 9 Impulse, and Kazakh, who has been a part of this roster since July 2024. You can see this photo here, or live session from Champs. Not only do they have the sickest jerseys, but they're one of my favorite teams and always have been, solely for their adaptability, right? They come through with some of the craziest legend comps, which is why I think on this legend ban system, they're going to excel. So seeing them for the first time in the gameplay this week and what they're going to do, because guys, we're playing Broken Moon this week. So I love seeing Kazakh kind of being able to come off the Newcastle more and see how he does on some of these more aggressive legend play picks. But I do want to go ahead and jump in and talk about Team Nemesis as well, right? We've got Remix, Noises, Zuni. And if seeing Noises on a roster and back in ALGS comp yet again doesn't bring a tear to your eye, I really don't know what will. But Remix coming in from Noctum, we've seen a lot of really good plays over the past couple of months and years throughout them, and I love this trio together because we've seen how aggressive Remix can get, even locked in on the Newcastle. And if you do that, you have to be so clutch. But when you bring in a storied IGL like Noises, you know, historically on IG International, J-Lings as well, It's going to be fun, and I can't wait to see what they do here today. But then we also have quite possibly one of the biggest stories coming out of EMEA, right? Raven dropping ship, going to join the boys over at Ninjas in Pyjamas. We have Amphi, Nags, and Nasky, and I think we even have a tweet from Nasky. So I'd love to go ahead and pull it up. No, it's not controversial. I promise you guys, this is a more mature Nasky coming out in 2025. And he talks about Raven as the coach this year, how he feels more confident, the goat of cooking up new comps. But the cool part about this whole thing is it's a very full circle moment for Raven getting back onto the roster alongside Nasky. Think of one of their best performances at Champs for Nasky. That's back in 2022, ALGS Champs in Raleigh, GMT Esports, alongside Raven. They got 5th.
Yeah, and honestly, I love that we're able to really highlight the established names that we've had so far in EMEA, but I think after last week, and especially with how much the status quo has been shaken up, we do need to talk about some of the newer rosters that are already shaking things up. If we look back at how Group A performed last week, it wasn't a Group A team that ended up taking the top spot, but they definitely did bask in the limelight last week, and it was Ronin who were able to make their way out of the PSQ and perform extremely well in week number 1. They started things off with a game number 1 where I believe they had a second place finish here. They also ended up with a high fragging game with I think something like 13 kills. But overall, it's great to see that in the shakeup, in the new season, in the new split, with the new system in place, that a team like this was able to thrive in this system, not across just one map, but be persistent in their success when it came to the swap on over to E District, which was again another thing that we have to talk about. We have so many changes coming in this season. We have Broken Moon, we have E District being played, and to see that newer teams and newer players were able to pick things up extremely fast is great to see. As you can see, that were those are their overall stats for their performance last week. Starting things off, second place, 13 kills. That was starting off, I believe, on Stormpoint. But when we made that swap on over to E District, they showed that it was not a fluke. They ended up getting a second place finish along with a 9 KP game there on E District. And one player we really do have to highlight is going to be MG Clutch coming in for this squad. We're seeing that the onus of responsibility for players, it's getting spread out, right? But coming in as a fragger, having to pick up the skirmisher and the assault legends and really being able to flex and dig deep into your pool is going to be difficult. We saw the best looks out of him when it came to being able to play on that Ashe, but we've seen both across EMEA and NA, Ashe is pretty much the first ban, along with the Wraith coming in for second place. I think it was a little bit different for NA, but your skirmishers, your assault players are really going to have to dig deeper there. And we saw that maybe when they flex on over to that Pathfinder, it might not be the greatest of looks. You do have that access to, of course, the Ringmaster, but I think that with what we're seeing out of scrims, picking up the Fuse instead might actually serve them better. So we'll see if this team can continue to improve.
Yeah, I think Ronin's a really good shout there, Jamerson. The fact that we start things off and the storylines from last week are all about the teams coming out of the PSQ above the likes of the Alliances, the Navis. I mean, that is just massive and shows just how deep the competitive pool in this region is growing into. I mean, that's just, talk about a way to start off your ALGS split. So really, really solid storylines there, guys. I'm excited to see what all of those squads are able to do here. But you both mentioned it while talking about all of these teams. The new map, Broken Moon, the elephant in the room. We have to talk about it, okay? Let's talk about some of these POIs that we're going to see coming through here today. First one being 4th overall pick out of Ninjas in Pyjamas at Terraformer. Now, this is one of the best POIs that you could possibly hope for, pretty centrally located, past it really anywhere on the map, with loads and loads of loot at your disposal. It can also have the beacon and the console, but it is a big POI to efficiently loot. I know, sure, there's some of those zip lines in there to help you to move around a little bit, but you really have to split everyone up to make sure they take a good spot. And there will be quite a few teams surrounding them, where in contrast to a POI like Terraformer, we have Ronin at Bionomics. And this is another insane POI pick for Broken Moon. It also has tons of space, a crazy amount of loot, Evo Harvester spawns, beacon and console. I mean, the number of good things things about this POI cannot be said enough, but they also have the benefit of having less POI surrounding them, which gives them more room to move through, less teams to worry about on those rotations. And don't forget, they have zip rails that go through almost the entire southeastern portion, even going up into the north for the map.
Ooh, I love all of those. So let's go ahead and talk about the core, right? This went 17th pick, but let me just tell you, the cybercats grabbed it. And I like the core as a POI. Now, granted, anytime it comes to my gameplay style, I'm not competing in the ALGS. And knowing that you've got teams like Aurora at Spaceport, you've got FaZe Clan down below and Zero Tenacity kind of over there at Alpha Base, you really never know what you're going to get for the cybercats, because anytime you open up and you've got that chaotic roster nearby you, known as Aurora, it could be interesting. But there is about 7 or 8 individual end game zones that can appear there, so I like it for them.
Yeah, and our final pick of the day, and it was the final pick in our draft format, was going to be Danish here at the Experimental Labs. And honestly, there's not much to say about this point of interest. It's in between two of the bigger ones. This was the final pick. This was basically the bottom of the barrel, and it's not a bad one. But I think with how teams are moving and rotating fast, this is one of those. This is definitely one of those POIs where you just loot up and you get moving. So hopefully the teams around Danish won't give them too much friction. They'll be able to move out, and I think that's ultimately what they're okay with here. Broken Moon is a huge unknown factor right now. That's why we saw a bigger emphasis when it came to the draft of teams first picking on Stormpoint. I believe in the first round of drafts that 2 teams ended up first picking on Broken Moon there, and it was our Ninjas and our Ronins.
Yeah, the fact that Broken Moon was not prioritized as much really will benefit the teams that did get those picks. The ones that Tiff and I spoke about were the ones that decided to go that way. And when I spoke to Ronin about it, they said it was because knowing that EMEA put so much emphasis on their Stormpoint picks, they knew they could secure a god tier Broken Moon POI while still securing a decent Stormpoint spot regardless. And that felt more important to get the good spot on the new map than the tried and true, right, Tiff? So I think that this is going to be an interesting thing to kind of throw into the competitive mix here.
Yeah, I also think it kind of leans into that comfortability, right? Like, teams have played so much of Stormpoint that if they can just lock in a good POI, get the majority of their points there, and leave it up to the unknown of Broken Moon, it's such a big map. The zip lines connect the majority of it, so you can get around relatively quickly. I just think I'm kind of coming in with a fresh look at it, because this is like one of the major times that we're seeing it. So I'll probably have a stronger opinion later in Split 1, but for right now, I'm just like, let's see how it plays.
Yeah, I think that's where everybody's going to kind of be right now, right? See how it's going to go. But that's just one of the many things that we have to talk about before we get into our games, because we also had a lot that's happened since last week. So for those of you who weren't here for it, let's check in with what you might have missed. Okay, one of the biggest things that we're just going straight into is that we had a live patch go through from last week to this week. So we have to talk about that. It could definitely change things. It'll probably be a conversation we start having as we get into the matches. But you'll see that for Ashe specifically, one of the main picks we've been seeing come through, increased ultimate max distance travel time from 1.4 seconds to 2.5 seconds, as well as the distance. Mirage, little bit of a buff. Conduit, a buff. Seer, a buff. All very minimal though. And it wasn't just the legends. It's also the weapons. And this is going to be cool to talk about as well, because there was a little bit of a nerf to the P20, damage down from 25 to 24, which we were wondering, is that a big enough difference? Is it going to change things here? So we'll have to see how our players feel. But I think they're still going to be using the P20s though. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you there. I mean, look, just week 1, P2020 Akimbo's 129 kills in day 1. It still kills so quickly. I can't imagine anyone trying to hop off that. We're going to see all P2020s all day. But also, guys, Reply Totem's back. For the first time in 2 years, they have picked up a roster, came back to Apex Legends Comp, and I can't wait to see what they do today. Let me just tell you, it's been super fun, especially Catch, Nisa, Andy Jax. Now, from my knowledge, Andy Jax threw down ANC outplayed, formerly on Nemesis as well. I've seen some really cool performances out of him, and I remember some strong moments there on a Watson being absolutely cracked. And anytime you see a cracked Watson, do not underestimate them, but I really do love their announcement video. It kind of scared me at first. My man was looking like straight up Albert Einstein, but Totem is back on Apex, and let's see what they bring to the table today.
All right, now we got to talk about Scrim bucks in this economy. And again, with Broken Moon now being played for the first time in competitive here in the ALGS, we wanted to see what kind of effect it had. And so far, it didn't look like too much of a change. Teams are swapping things around, but as you can see right here for the EMEA between and Pro League Scrims, that we are seeing kind of a similar performance that we're seeing out of the teams that performed well last week, with the notable exception of Ronin there in 17th place overall after the day was done with 23 points. But Na'Vi continuing to stay consistent with what they were able to pull out, I believe, last week, 4th overall. What I really want to look at, though, is the change up in terms of the legend bans, because everything there looks pretty familiar, right? The Ash first ban, Catalyst, pretty high prio. Newcastle coming in, we saw that coming in a little bit later, both for EMEA, but NA, surprisingly, they let Newcastle slip all the way into game number 6, but the Fuse pick is the one that's coming in. We were seeing a lot more cryptos and a lot more ballistics really being utilized at the end of the day, but now we're seeing Fuse being that new factor being added in terms of legend compositions.
And then finally, a little bit of a different regional update here for you, okay? Obviously, other regions have kicked off for their splits as well. And let's take a look at Dreamfire, okay? We're gonna go all the way over to Apex South because we need to see what they did in that first week. Talk about a dream start for this crew, kicking off their series with 2 back-to-back wins. This first one that happened right here was an 18-kill win, and this was some insane gameplay with the Shotty to get through for the dub. I mean, they're fighting through the Catalyst. They've got the fences here to help, but at the end, it is an insane clutch to make sure that Dreamfire gets this win. And this was the snowball they needed to turn around, get a second win immediately after that, and in the end, finish 2nd overall. So we have had lots happening across the board here at the very beginning of the season. It's been a great way to kick things off here so far. So that was what you might have missed. Hopefully you are fully filled in now on everything that went down, because it's time for us to start talking about what's going to go down here today. And if you want to stay filled in on how that works, you guys know the drill, okay? Just tune in to Face It Watch. That'll be the easiest way to stay up to date with everything, whether that's picking your favorite POVs of your favorite players. You want to watch the map feed? That's in there as well. Get your drops when they are available. But one of the coolest things is, of course, you can start clipping things while you're in Face It Watch as well. So all you have to do is head on over to Face It Watch. Make sure you are there watching all those POVs at faceit.com/watch. And then you also heard me talking about the clips that you can be making on Face It Watch. Well, make sure you're clipping those favorite moments, because we might feature them later on in the broadcast. We actually have lots of ways for all of you in chat to be featured here on the broadcast, because not only could your clips potentially show up, but we're going to be doing a segment during halftime. You might have seen it last week. That's going to be called Explain What Does Chat think, okay? And we always want to know what you guys think, right? So make sure you're on social media. Give us your questions. We're going to be having Hackus later on to hang out with us. Maybe you have some for him, or maybe you notice some things during the series that you want us to talk about. Just send it to us on social, and maybe you'll end up being up here on the main broadcast with us. But for now, before we can even do that, it's time to get into the matches. And match number 1 is ready to go. So Tiff, Jamerson, let's kick off week 2.
Oh, let's do it. I'm so ready, Jamerson. Honestly, I think this is the first time we've really getting to commentate together, and the first time we're seeing Broken Moon, all the good things coming to fruition today. And I couldn't be more excited, homie.
Yeah, I'm super excited because, again, whenever we add a new dimension to Apex Legends and the ALGS, we have so many exciting things that happen. But it's not just one thing we're adding, right? It's not just the Legend band, but Broken Moon being played. So there are so many different things that are happening. And I don't know if I could have asked for anyone else to have here to really walk me through a lot of this, because, again, there's just so much to still catch up on. I still feel like, coming back for Split 2 last year, it felt great, but I still feel pretty, green behind the ears.
Yeah, no, I think it's brilliant, right? I love having your analysis on board, especially when you get to see that new map. And I know we dabbled on a little bit of the POI draft for Broken Moon at the start of the show. But before we jump into map number 1, I do kind of want to hone in a little bit deeper on it, since this is like one of the first major times we're seeing it. I think we saw a map at EWC, but we're not counting that here today, okay? This is the first time for Year 5 ALGS Split 1 in EMEA. And I love that we can kind of go through that POI draft system and see kind of when people were grabbing a hold of those. You already mentioned the majority of our teams did prioritize Storm Point, whether or not that's comfortability. They wanted to make sure they lock in those better ones. But, I'm just looking at the maps and I'm just like, all right, well, Terraformer, that's been a big question mark, right? How many times have we been on a Broken Moon game where we end at Terraformer?
Yeah, I don't know any other circle other than that. But I mean, one other thing we have to talk about is not just the end games, but it's what the teams are going to utilize here initially, right? What are the first 3 bans that are going to happen? We have to talk about what is Storm Point going to look like when you don't have your new castles, when you don't have your catalysts and your ashes. That's what we're typically used to seeing, right? When it comes to Storm Point. Now that we have this new added dimension of the Legends band, it completely changes what the battlefield's going to look like. Newcastle was able to survive until game number 6 when it came to EMEA last week. Is there a chance that by the time we get to Storm Point, we don't have Newcastle in play? There's a world where that can happen. For NA, somehow Newcastle actually survived the Legend ban system, but I think with how the TTK changes have worked out, that teams might prioritize it a little bit more. We'll see. Possibly there's that depth of, do teams kind of want to just do throwaway comps here when it comes to Broken Moon, and then try somehow to have a gentleman's agreement across the lobby to be like, hey, let's make sure we have our ashes and our Newcastles when it comes to Storm Point.
You think we're going to get a gentleman's agreement? I mean, maybe, but I love that you were hyping up some new teams and kind of all of those throwaway comps, but I do want to go ahead and hit home really quick. We have the ALGS Open coming your way in just a few weeks, May 1st through 4th, New Orleans, Louisiana. And man, I haven't been to New Orleans in a very long time. They have some good food, some interesting things going down there, but I think ALGS is going to be one of the best things to come to that city in a very long time. So let's go ahead and let's see. I believe we have a beautiful video kind of dropping it all together. 160 teams? Wait, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Look, if that doesn't get you hyped, I don't know what will. Target greatness. The taglines that we're coming out with. And now, granted, I did say that ALGS would be the best thing coming to New Orleans. But Jamerson, apparently Jazz Fest is in town. Like, are you going to go over there, find a trombone? I don't know what... I don't know much about jazz. I'm not going to lie. I just mostly know video games.
Yeah, I'm not the greatest when it comes to jazz, but I mean, it's New Orleans. They've had some fantastic things happening there throughout this year already. I mean, they're only, what, 4 or 5 months into 2025, and already at the Super Bowl. We're going to have now the ALGS coming in for the Open, and not just the regular ALGS. It's the Open, 160 teams. I can't even fathom what that's going to look like, or what kind of schedule we're going to be run through for that event. But you know what? Again, first for everything here, and I am ready for it.
Ooh, okay. Look at us. Now we're getting that map rotation up for the day, because I know you at home are probably curious, when do we see Broken Moon? Well, first and foremost, we're hitting that matches 1 through 3. Immediately Broken Moon, then 4 through 6 over to Storm Point, that ever familiar, right? So we'll see a little bit of the same over there, but I like the thought that you had. Do we see some interesting legend comps that people might have wanted to use on Storm Point just kind of disappear after Broken Moon?
Yeah, it's same, but new, because
Same, but
of what this legend ban system is probably going to bring in for us. And so, again, it's going to be really important to see how our teams kind of metagame throughout all of this. But right now, the big question is, you know what does Broken Moon offer, right? We were talking about the teams that did prioritize it, like Ninjas in Pyjamas, like Ronin, who decided we're going to make sure we have our god spots. We've played enough Storm Point. We know how that plays, that whatever draft that we end up with, whatever POI we end up with, we're going to be comfortable on it. And speaking of, it's going to be NIP with their first pick over here.
Ooh, all right. I was curious what that loot path was going to look for them over at Terraformer, and you kind of just have to break off and loot each sector of Terraformer and then maybe reunite in the center. But NIP kicking things off with Newcastle Cat Ash. Now, something that's been really interesting that I've been seeing in their scrims throughout the past week is once those legend bans come into play, they are more comfortable swapping around who grabs on what. But honestly, I don't hate the Nasky on Cat. I've seen him play a little bit of Ash, but throwing nags on that as well, I think allows him to be more aggressive and free him up to make plays, which is interesting because I've seen a lot of people talk about locking the IGL on Ash.
Yeah, there are different looks for that. In particular, I mean, if we saw what Alliance were able to pull out last week, I think starting off with Hawkes on that altar, and they were able to run with her for a while, is also a different look. I think right now, you're trying to minimize the moving pieces when it comes to your compositions overall, right? You want to try and play as consistent as possible across the board. But taking a look at our first looks, it's really hard to tell here, but Catalyst Ash, it's a dead heat between the two of them to see who's going to end up with the ban overall. We'll get a confirmation on that, and we're also getting our first look at our first ring here on Broken Moon, and you can see why. NIP making that initial pick there on Terraformer. They'll have one of the highest priorities when it comes to rotating for this ring, going down to Bionomics. Yeah, this is kind of what we were expecting when it came to Broken Moon.
Yeah, this is typical, right? Especially with the ring console down in Bionomics, and Ronin knows they don't have to move. They are going to be situated, get some decent loot, right? And feel solid about setting up early. And I believe there's maybe about 4 to 5 end games that can occur right around where they are. So maybe playing in the back of one of those circle buildings and getting into a nasty head peek. I love that Atlas is already kind of rotating in nicely from Atmos Station. But for teams like Aurora, cybercats, Zero Tenacity, and even CAT up there on the north, like, this is okay for teams like Aurora because their favorite thing to do is to just bully their way into that end game and pick up kills along the way. So that is no stranger to them on some long haul. Think about their rotation when we jump over to Storm Point from Cenote that we're so used to see.
Yeah, we didn't touch upon it this week because it was more of a week number 1 thing, was that there was a change to armors, right? So no longer can you get the red Evo by leveling up. You need to find the helmet, the proper one. So it's a trade-off between the gold helmet or the red helmet. Do you want the cooldown or do you want the 225 effective HP? And so for a playstyle that Aurora would be a bit more used to, farming up to reds from the outside, well, that particular aspect of their gameplay has been kind of nerfed in that regard. We saw that even when it came to a lot of their Storm Point games, if the ring pulled away from them, they would split up very aggressively. Here they're sticking a little bit tighter. So this is all a lot of new things that are coming to some of our teams right now, as we do have an early engagement.
Ooh, all right, VC go. Maybe we're just taking a couple pop shots over here, see what we can do. But it could just be ships passing in the night over just to the south of the divide as teams are still looking for that rotation on in. You were kind of dabbling on that rogue fuse pick that we've seen a couple of times, but honestly, it's looking to me like after this map, it's either going to be Ash or Newcastle banned, which last week Ash did go out first.
Yeah. We also have a smattering of crypto picks here. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He ended up surviving overall, but if it came down to a 6-span, he would have gone out in map number 7. And so that's another aspect we have to think about when we get deeper into the pools, when we get to match point formats and we have, 9 maps, 10 maps, 11 maps going on. So keeping track of this throughout the split is going to be very interesting to see. But so far, everything working pretty familiarly from what we've seen in day number 1. But hey, we have a big engagement going on here for Team Nemesis.
Oh, you got to get into it, right? Immediately dropping through. Finishing off, looks like they were able to find Reply Totem. And the tough part about this is it's your first time kind of jumping back into ALGS after 2 years. You're one of the first people to go on out of this lobby, but it does seem that one member was able to get away. Hopefully we can hit a late game reset, but that's just not what you want, especially when you are already on the southern side of Broken Moon, because now you're gonna have to wrap around, potentially find a crafter and see what you can do. And there's already 8 teams in a nearby area, but I love that Team Nemesis here has claimed this building for their own, depending on what those later stage circles will look like.
Yeah, Nemesis are going to have the access. If for some reason it somehow pulls on over to Atmos Station, which I don't see it happening, they'll have access to that, especially with the powered rails. But ultimately, I think they are kind of okay with waiting this one out until ring number 3, walking in into deeper parts of Bionomics. I think for Team Nemesis overall, though, they're just gonna be okay with trying to gatekeep a lot of teams that are probably gonna want to try and swerve on down to the southern side, which is actually what we're seeing right now across the map. We've got teams like Cybercats, ExoClan, Danish, F9, 10K, all coming in from that Atmos Station side. So Team Nemesis have an opportunity here to try and find some frags.
I mean, look at this. If you're coupling the Ballistic and Maggie ult together, it's so hyper aggressive, and Chaotic is just looking to close that distance straight onto the Cybercats. 2 are down. Now, I know Chaotic hasn't been feeling the best this week, so I'm happy to see him sit a couple of scrim days out and really focus on bringing the A game to this weekend, the debut. And so far, kicking things off very powerful. Now, this is one of those edge fights on that northwestern side of that initial ring, and really forcing the Cybercats back into Terraformer for a regain. But Aurora, we called him Chaotic, Jamerson, and that's exactly what's happening.
Wow, airburst nade onto 1 though. We'll see Kazakh is here with the Newcastle, setting the wall, going for the res, so he will get 9 Impulse back on their feet. But yeah, this composition, bringing out the Mangalore so early on, along with that crypto, not relying upon the heavy hitters of having that Ash, having that extra mobility. But take a look, Kazakh falls back as that anchor player to really hold things down, get a wider view of the battlefield as his teammates are resetting. So Aurora are going to be able to back away from this one. It doesn't seem like they will be able to chase them down, and they'll survive for the time being.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting, right? Because Legion Gaming, after putting so much damage, I mean, Oinraven was literally 1 HP at that point, and you're probably screaming, he's won, but they can't necessarily full send because that retreat from Aurora was done so nicely, and because they have Kazakh on the Newcastle. Now, something that was interesting is when Kazakh formerly had joined Aurora, he was playing under Red Dragon, and he was always on aggressive players. I'm talking Bangalore, and then I'd seen him dabble in a couple of different, maybe an aggressive Gibby, but he locked in Lifeline immediately when he joined Aurora and then transitioned over to the Newcastle. And he has made such strides in that role that it's so cool to see. But I love that Legion's just like, let's pop a balloon, let's get out of here. We have to beat Aurora to the choke.
Yeah, they do have multiple ways they can approach this one, but it seems like both teams really do have a similar game plan, right? They want to try and wait to see if they can play the edge here, try to get themselves onto the Reds, try to get the gold helmet. But now we've got 3 teams actually in the northwest side, along with 75% British now. So we might have a 4-team fight here, but it's deep inside Bionomics right now, where VCGO are going to be the first team knocked out here in game number 1.
Oh, G-Dolphin and Co. on the other side of that. Now jumping over to Atlas, sitting at 2 points thus far, and we knew if you're gonna work towards getting into Bionomics, it's gonna be tough for them. They're still on the outside looking in. They've got about 5 or 6 teams that can effectively gatekeep them and take angles. So you have to be cautious and look for those kills while you can. Now, we had recently seen Legion Gaming trying to avoid Aurora through a different choke point as they pack out through Hazmat Tunnel. They found cybercats, who was on kind of their redemption, right? They had to make sure they got back to a full 3 stack. They did. But with this ability for Legion still looking for a good mid-game fight, how much do we say? Do we focus on chasing them down? Do we just full send it or stay in our own lane? It's still too early.
They're getting closer to hitting those purples at the very least, and which is the surprising part, right? End of zone 1 closing, typically you would see Aurora very close to having the reds, but the fact that that they struggled thus far, and I believe that last engagement that they took just beforehand, everyone was still sitting on blues. So again, another dynamic, another kind of variable that has changed up when it comes to the overall gameplay. But ultimately, they do get themselves onto the purples. They have all the upgrades for themselves, and it looks like they are looking to continue to stay aggressive. They're keeping an eye out for Legion Gaming, and we might just have round number 2. But as I say that, GoNext end up getting knocked out here, leaving us with 18 teams.
It's kind of tough, right? Especially where ExoClan, like if we don't have this wall here that they were able to steal from another team, you find yourself in a bit of a precarious situation because you're trying to find the best way into Bionomics should the circle inevitably shift to that side. And there's so much open space, which is where you've got things like that Ash portal that are so great. But when you don't have it because you're running Crypto Maggie Ballistic, things are a bit difficult.
Yeah, luckily, you know, you do have a lot of movement speed in that kit, but hold on, Alice, they're trying to hold things down. A G-Dolphin.
Oh my God.
Back away from Taxington there, create a little bit of space, but it's a 1v2 here as Denze's looking to come in from the flank. Cats end up getting knocked out. It's going to be Dolphin to survive for now, but there's no way that he recovers his team as SJP2 end up showing for the third party.
Ain't no party like a third party. Let me just tell you that much. G-Dolphin realizes he's in a bit of trouble here, but at least he's got plenty of ammo, right? If you do try to make a stand, I have 500 rounds for the G7 Scout P2020. Let's hopefully he can maybe make a regain, but honestly, if it doesn't happen here, it's going to be tough. But cybercats still trying to hit a retreat yet again, have not been able to find a way south in towards that Bionomic center. 75% British is kind of holding that choke alongside. Mine's on the other side.
We do have an opening happening here. We were talking about the 4 teams that were up in the northern side of the map right now. Aurora, Legion, 75% British, and Cybercats. Well, F9 decided to poke their heads into this fight and quickly got squashed down now. And so Cybercats are going to be forced to kind of rotate behind Aurora here, which is going to put Aurora in a really tough spot. They're charging straight forward onto British currently as Cybercats come in from behind.
Okay, Trix, finish him off like that with 1 HP. You still have Sherb available, but you do get the reset, but time is of the essence, and we're just gonna have to say, see you later, homie. I apologize, but we've got to keep moving. It's getting too close for comfort with that circle encroaching on in. It's gonna force everyone into this choke that we've been talking about, but will Aurora be able to make that stand? We have the wall available, and are we gonna actually enforce it? Yes, so setting up shop ahead of the remaining teams is a nice way to make that stand and pick up some easy kills. I love that we're rotating in with the Dark Veil, but once Kazakh and Co can get some live pings, we can just rip these people apart.
Yeah, Aurora just had all the tools necessary to create enough confusion to actually push through a lot of this open field. And now you can see as Cybercats push in, it's all Aurora. They're not getting overly aggressive here. Now starting to poke their heads out as they're seeing more and more trades on the kill feed. Newcastle Wall's been utilized there, so they know they don't have to worry about that. And Kazakh charges forward. That's going to be Cybercats and Legion knocked out. Now Aurora are in a power position here, but they still have a lot of teams to actually deal with on their next rotate down as that ring pulls to the southern side of Bionomics.
Yeah, I think that's brilliant, right? Like, this is great that we can wrap up 3 KP from this, but think of that next rotation. That is the one that's going to be incredibly costly for them. But there's a good look at Bionomics as that circle has shifted south over towards Reply Totem was. So big building for them in Team Nemesis. Looks like they were able to get a full reset. What, Ninjas in Pyjamas? Now on the outside, looking in. And I think it's good for us to focus on clearing out our back. You can see that Ash passive coming through and seeing where the recent deaths were to give them those exact locations. But until SJP2 decides to rotate in, you've also got to keep an eye on Zero Tenacity just towards the northwest.
Yeah, 75% British do end up giving that choke that Aurora might have been forced to play through. So now Aurora will be able to lock this one in for EXO Clan. They're going to face off up against Nemesis on the other side of this one. Nades coming in. K-Swinny will be forced to heal up. But yeah, Nemesis getting really rewarded. They took the southern side of Bionomics. Well, they were kind of forced to because a lot more teams were able to get deep within it. And ultimately, they get rewarded. They've been gatekeeping here on the southern side for the large part. Noises with that G7 scout dishing out a lot of damage. But you see, you still have to be worried about what EXO Clan can do in return. You're seeing now Atlas getting eliminated here as a lot of our evac towers are starting to get dropped down here. Teams getting ready for this next move.
Okay, SJP2 dropping down the balloon and also looking to tee up a potential Ash portal. And there we go. Zero Tenacity is going to take high ground on this building and immediately have to dive below. I think we're going to see a lot of these late game quick rotations and a bit of just hecticness, right? And then you've got the Bangalore ultimate coming through, but you're safe down here on the low ground. And as I say that, Kazakh immediately using that wall to try and get Oirain, but now you got to get both of them. This is going to be all they wrote for Aurora, going out inside the top 10. EXO Clan and Chaotic just trying to stuff themselves inside a playable position and hit a full reset. Can they do that?
They're going to try. They definitely have to. At this point, you can see 75% British trying to survive as well as EXO Clan right now down to 2. We have someone down, knocked on the low ground, and Reply Totem are trying their best to thread the needle there, but I think they will be able to secure that top 3, or excuse me, secure that third player. For 75% British, they have reestablished themselves, but now time is running out. They've got 40 seconds. They've got 3 teams ahead of them. It's going to be Zero Tenacity, Na'Vi, and Ronin, all looking to slow them down on this next move.
I mean, Ronin already at 7 points here. A fantastic week 1 performance for them, and we're already about to be in the top 5. And we've got angles on pretty much the entire lobby over here around these, and P2020 is the distance. We don't even care. I think it was like 96 meters was one of the longest kill distances we saw from the P2020 last week. And you're challenged, Edom, but it's MG Clutch who's going to have to be the key keeper for that roster. And Na'Vi on the other side, claiming victory over Ronin.
Now we're down to our final 3 teams. Na'Vi, Reply Totem, EXO Clan. Definitely not surprised with EXO Clan and Na'Vi being here, but Reply Totem, that was the big question mark that we had for them with that break that they've taken. Now coming back on in, how will they perform here? Already in the top 3. EXO Clan now dropping down. Swinny with that flank already gets a knock, and now Totem about to get knocked out. The last player remaining here. They will end up giving up height, giving Na'Vi a slight advantage. But you can see that Hyarka is still damaged, so it's not a clean fight for them, and Hyarka ends up going down.
Oh, but this is crazy. Here comes the EMP. Zidane and Uchako lose half of their shields and go for the reset case when he does have the Kraber, and we pop the ballistic ult. We're looking for that extra speed boost. If we connect here, it's game over, but we lose 125 HP in the process. We're just looking for a way to open this up, but can we just talk about how many kills EXO Clan has already from game number 1? That 8th from week 1 is not where they want to be. I love what I'm seeing. The climb up in action and a nice battle here as they just look to chase down Na'Vi.
Oh, the slam isn't enough. K-Swinny is able to stick through it, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange as Chaotic ends up going down. Luckily for them, though, that's the Newcastle out of the fight. K-Swinny stands his ground. He needs the back of Arctic, and there it is. Uchako down. It's a 2v1, and they know that they've got the advantage here until Zidane, full HP, drops down onto Arctic. We'll go ahead and force him back, but he's got a slight advantage here. He's got that knockdown and shield to work with, and it's going to be Na'Vi taking the first win of the day.
Yo, let me just say that was crazy the way they just went through that. That was one of the nicest end games we could have seen for Broken Moon, because we're getting all the different high to low ground, the cliffs coming in at the back of that POI. Congratulations to you, Chaco, Zidon, and Hyarka, coming out with a game 1 victory. And man, what was that, 4th place last week and starting off with a bang here in Broken Moon? We're loving it.
Yeah, we love to see it again. They were able to say it all last week, you know, the returning champions here, able to do it once again, starting things off with a huge game. But was it as big as EXO Clan? They took so many fights there. We were talking about Nemesis really looking to gatekeep that south side of Bionomics, and that forced EXO Clan into a lot of fights on that southwest side of the map, and they definitely came out ahead because of it. 13 kills overall. Great performance for EXO Clan there.
Yeah, I mean, 13 kills. I want to see the breakdown. Let's go ahead and look at our top 3. So we did see 7 kills coming out from that Na'Vi, and I love that they've got 4,600 damage, but EXO Clan pretty much mirrored them in that. And I was curious who was going to be kind of the fragging potential, but it was the majority of that roster kind of sharing that. Arctic at 5, Chaotic at 5, K-Swinny at 3, which is brilliant. We knew we had the Kraber in the back pocket, so the 2k damage makes sense for K-Swinny. However, we do realize Reply Totem, first time back in the ALGS in 2 years, and I was saying, like, I was nervous after that initial fight they had with Team Nemesis, but the full regain for the end game to get top 3, that is a way to recover. But guys, we're just getting started here at ALGS Split 1, Match Day 2. We're gonna jump to a quick break, and we'll catch y'all on the other side.
a way to kick off the series, Tiff. A performance, a massive performance out of EXO, but in the end, it is Na'Vi, the experience coming into play, who close out that first match.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, right? I know we were just talking about the pacing of Broken Moon and kind of how it all went down in match number 1. And it was kind of interesting to see where the majority of the fights were happening. That's something, one of my favorite things to analyze, like after a match day, is I just go into like Apex Legends status. I pull up like the timing of the entire match and see where everything kind of culminates. That mid game was wild, leading to a really cool end game final 2 team fights between Na'Vi and EXO Clan. And look, after their week 1 performance, I'm glad to see them kind of amp up everything here early on.
Yeah, I mean, that was the type of performance that could potentially snowball a team. We're gonna take a look back at some of these final moments here, and also, like you had said before we even went to that break, Tiff, also shout out to Ronin for still finding themselves in a top 4 spot after having a phenomenal week 1. But I mean, this fight was what changed things for Navi. Ronin had a really good drop down here. They were able to pick up some KP, but then Navi comes in for the third and sets themselves up for success.
Oh, 100%. And I think this just goes to show you how important that fight from ExoClan onto Team Nemesis was just before this endgame to claim that side of the circle. But when you really get that free cam shot kind of just showing the different levels towards this endgame, also everything would have gone different in this fight had K-Swinny landed that Kraber shot, right? Like Ash goes down there, we stack the player advantage in their favor. But this is where Zidane and Yuchako really just start to excel. I love how Zidane in this final 1v1, instead of shooting first, he invests the piercing spikes to force Arctic into the line of sight for him to easily clean that up. I mean, he did have health advantage there, but it's just little things like that, using the resources that you have available to just stack it in your favor, aside from just putting pressure down with your weapons.
To be fair, there were a couple times, a couple spots in those final moments where Swinny almost clutched up for ExoClan. I mean, like you said, if he had hit that shot, that could have potentially turned the tides, but then he also was able to push all the way up to the same high ground level that Navi was on and survived with a sliver of health. And I think if he had any sort of backup or follow-up there from the rest of his team, then Navi might not have been able to push around, and he might have been able to get that bat off and, excuse me, continued fighting from there. So, I mean, there was a lot going on in those final circle moments.
Yeah, there really was. I mean, look, brilliant for Navi to walk away with that W, but I also just want to note one more thing on ExoClan, right? They walked away with 13 kills in map number 1. Last week, they finished 8th place, and they only had 22 kills in general across 6 games. So to cover 50% of your kill amount just in one game, I don't want to get too excited because we still have 5 more to go, but I feel like this is a much more powerful start thus far from them. So clearly chaotic, taking a couple days to regain, kind of maybe focusing on some minor things and scrims this week. It paid off.
I mean, we talk about that a lot, right? When it comes to the beginning of a split, these first couple weeks, I mean, especially for Group C, this is the first time that they're now in the play for the season. Like
100%.
It's a lot of testing the waters, seeing what's working. I mean, we've got new maps that they're trying to figure out. They're navigating the legend bans, which, you know, we saw how many Ash picks were in there in that first match. So like there's so many new variables combined with the fact that there was a live patch from week 1 to week 2. I mean, they are trying to figure things out as they're going. And when they find something that hits like that, for a squad like ExoClan, if it's working, continue doing that. And then you've got Navi coming through with the win to kick things off. It might not have been as slay heavy, but still they looked really, really strong.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to be close to around that 20 point, like that is a brilliant game. Those are make or break, and I think it's great. I also love that you brought kind of that midweek patch coming through, and with the changes, and most notably, you said, is this enough? We're still going to see it. We're still going to see a ton of P2020s. And hey, we did. I mean, it was G Dolphin, right? G7 Scout, Akimbo P2020s, and 500 plus rounds of light. Yes, my man out there looking like me in a pubs match with my amount of ammo. Like, I am the sharer of the group. I'll be like, oh, you need light? I got you. You need light? I got you. 500 though? That's insane. The more the merrier.
We'll take a look at some stats while we're waiting for our players to get loaded in for the next lobby here. We get a chance to compare Navi and Ronin. Second and third place kind of as far as like the overall points went here. And honestly, pretty similar across the board until you get to the damage.
Yeah, but you know what I love about this? If we are going to look at Ronin here on the right-hand side of things, you have to remind yourself that Ronin already started on the southeastern side. Their drop spot on Broken Moon is Bionomics. Navi, you know, a little bit further away, not too crazy. I mean, they landed Hazmat Tunnel, which, quite frankly, with 40th pick, you can't be too picky on that point. But it's not that far from Bionomics. But if you're going to start in your homestead POI down in Bionomics to walk away with 8, that's just because you were able to use everything that you could, and you have to loot off those fights, find the better attachments that you can get. Plus you had the ring console there. They already knew it was happening. They were just waiting.
That is true. That is true. I mean, I think that what we saw for the first match out of the gate here on Broken Moon was that while it might not have been prioed in terms of POI draft picks for this region, everyone has definitely already figured out how to play on this map, what works for their teams, and how to make the new map work with all of the new variables that are getting thrown at them before we even really get into the thick of the season, which makes things even more exciting, because once all these teams are in a groove, I mean, you talked about the announcement for the Open. That's only a few weeks away. This is going to be wild at LAN.
It really is. And I hope you guys go down there and have a good time and have some beignets for me. But let's go ahead and pull up that map rotation yet again. You can see Navi there with that win in 7. Does that mean we banned Ashe? Okay, so Newcastle lives to see another day. And for those of you, which was pretty much every single one of you guys locking in Ashe, see what those adaptations are going to look like. Now, what do we think we're gonna see here, Glitter? Who's locking in what?
I mean, I wanna see what we're gonna get with Ashe gone. Obviously, probably that uptick in Wraith coming through here.
True.
Similar utility, at least for some of those rotations and movement around the map. So that will probably be helpful for them. But like you said, Newcastle just barely squeaked by safe. Same thing as Catalyst. So also keeping my eyes on them for upcoming matches.
Ooh, all right. Well, let's get into match number 2. Navi, your match 1 winners. Let's see, can they run it back again from Hazmat Tunnel? And just kind of getting an overview of what they're able to find there. Sure, you've got a ton of supply bins here, and look, you're gonna find a bruiser, you're feeling good, you swap out the G7 Scout. I mean, look, it's not bad. Clearly it works, and it gives you that kind of central Broken Moon area where you kind of play off that ring console and then decide, where do we want to go from here? And if inklings are correct, we are not gonna be going back to Bionomics. We might actually head up towards the north, which is kind of wild.
That will be massive for Reply Totem, a team that actually managed to get themselves down there into a really good spot for that first circle in the last match, or the end circle in the last match. And now they've got less travel that they have to do up there at Stasis. So that will be massive for them. And Zero Tenacity looking very comfortable at Alpha Base. This, I like that we're getting 2 polar opposites right now in these zones.
It's respectable, right? Like, if we're gonna go all the way up towards the north, let it be actually enclosing around Alpha Base. Man, that's one of my favorite POIs on the map. I actually land there a ton because you really have a lot of different ways to get out of there with the zip lines, which you have to keep an eye on, because that's something someone can use against you if people start to get hung up. You can see that zip line over there by cybercats. You've got the one coming at the ultimate north that CAT can grab a hold of. So keep an eye on Aurora, Cat, cybercats, Reply Totem. These are all teams looking to kind of make their way. I love that Navi was able to hit the ring console and immediately start rotating in. So will they run into Reply Totem, who looks to be taking a cheeky deploy to see if they can boost themselves through the choke even faster?
I mean, you can see all the information Zero Tenacity will have at their disposal as well. So it's just going to be all about how they're guarding that flank that you're talking about, because you can already see CAT moving in from Breaker Wharf, trying to get a spot on the northeast side, and Zero Tenacity going to be poking a little bit just to keep them away as we get to see where the rest of our squads are. It looks like we've got EXO and 10K in the same area of quarantine zone.
Ooh. I did want to see more of EXO Clan at the beginning, especially if you're gonna like throw down north of double-digit kills. I think it's great, right? So moving on out, you're already pinging to see, hey, who's nearby? What can we do from this? Okay, so we're going towards the cliffside kind of thing. It's not too bad. If you get the information off the survey beacon that's just ahead of them, it'll give you kind of who's in the vicinity of your quadrant and how you want to approach it. But so far, it seems like a pretty clean pathing for them towards the north.
Definitely played that a little bit safer, but also have set themselves up a pretty safe route to head on through. Meanwhile, you've got Z10 down here. Cats, Totem, and this is what we're talking about. You had mentioned there's so many teams that are going to be pushing through onto that northern side of Alpha Base to start trying to claim some real estate here. Right now, everyone's just trying to say, hey, this is where we are. Don't bother coming this direction. We're going to hold it for now. And this is where everyone's going to start settling in. And this is similar to what you were saying about the first match when it came to Ronin. Being able to navigate this when the zone's in your favor, but still get damage and KP on the board is really important.
Ooh, okay. Look, I love what I'm seeing. Bringing in a Rogue Watson into the mix. That's something that I was noticing last week with EMEA, is that we would see a couple of Watsons come to fruition. And if you're going to pair it with the Newcastle, obviously we know just how strong this can be. It can make places where you feel aren't too confident about a little more playable. But what are people going to do in that instance? Well, they're going to focus you and immediately look to destroy your wall. So they've got to be quick on their feet here and decide which way do we want to go. We have to fight into Atmo, which is already jam-packed full, but meanwhile, we just lost out on Ninjas and Pyjamas for rotational. Like, they're the first team to go out?
Yeah, I was just as shocked when I saw that pop up in the kill feed as you are. I don't know what just happened.
Let me just say, I watched a moment in scrims this week. Nasky had already like soft launched like the blame game on one of the players before he'd even died. So granted, that was like, you know, a one-time thing. Sure, shake it off, Broken Moon. You still have one more map to make things happen. And I know that with this kind of being one of those things that you're still trying to figure out how we're gonna approach year 5 split 1.
It's all right. It's all right. It's just, you know, it's just the beginning here. Everyone's feeling it out. Meanwhile, we're checking in with Nemesis. They're trying to decide the next move here, where they can get to safely, while noting where a couple of these squads potentially are. They might be able to find a little bit of playable space as they move through, because I think a lot of the teams that they're potentially concerned about have mostly made their way through to Alpha Base. They've got Aurora in the vicinity, but for now, they look pretty safe.
Look, I kind of like their positioning, right? Because if you kind of just lurk up behind Aurora, there's a very good chance that Aurora and Legion Gaming are going to consistently run into each other on Broken Moon. It's what we were talking about, right? With Aurora hailing from Spaceport, they want to take this fight, get some early KP. That map 1 wasn't going to be enough for them. They couldn't break all the way down into Bionomics, but a strong start for them, especially with 9 Impulse, always feeling comfortable on that Bangalore, under that rotation with the mobile shield. But I'm worried here because actually Team Nemesis gets some shots in more early than I thought they would, with Nocta trying to get ahead. Oh my god. Remix here. Moving through. Noise is the Dark Veil. This might be Aurora's worst case nightmare.
Yeah, this is an aggressive push out of Nemesis. They're really trying to force this engagement and get the points on the board, but they're also potentially opening themselves up for some damage from behind, whether that's Legion or even Danish moving in, as you see the P20s coming out and they decide to alter out. Honestly, that was impressive. Nemesis took an opportunity when they saw it, but now they're going to have to try and stay safe.
You know, 9 Impulse was just like, things are going down south real quick. I'm out. Like, good luck, Kazakh. Good luck, Oilerain. I'm going to hit a regain that, you know, Aurora is definitely known for, that we saw so much in year 4. But Team Nemesis here, they've picked up what they wanted, a couple of KP, and they're just going to keep rotation, because I think it's brilliant what you were talking about, the fact that Legion Gaming and even Danish was looking to see, could we capitalize on any portion of this fight? Now, mind you, we still have to get from this position deeper into Atmo, as you see that circle kind of shore on up, and I'm counting like 6 teams deep into Atmo, which is crazy. Because that's what that POI on Broken Moon can bring. When you have end games up there, there's so much playable space in those buildings. But it's going to take teams with the Catalyst, with the Newcastle, just kind of honing on in, using piercing spikes on the doors, bringing the wall on the inside, just to really anchor off your portion of that POI.
Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity did a good job of keeping CAT away from them and kind of really claiming that slow side of the circle. So they'll be set and waiting to see what the rest of these squads are doing. EXO, aggression potentially continuing here, as it looks like they are trying to get themselves involved in a fight. And they might be able to clean this up. They're out in the open with no one to really worry about thirding them.
All right, let's get it. Trying to use that extra speed boost there from the ballistic ult to close the distance, and Chaotic just slinging all the nades forward. I love that we're just looking to clean things up, and the sling of the Rampage in the back pocket is everything. Just one more bullet needs to happen, and this just goes to show you why they were able to snag 13 kills in map 1. They see a team and they don't even care. They just full send. Now, what are you gonna do when you've got that third party coming on in? Because Phoenix is brilliant when it comes to some of those decisions makings. They have plenty of health, and just like that, that aggressive nature in the open costs you.
Might have been my fault. I said they were totally safe making that push, but it went on for a little bit too long, and 75% British came through and made quick work of them. And now 75% British own that southern eastern edge of the ring. They're pretty safe here, and that was a really nice cleanup, getting them some KP on the board here as well, and they'll be able to kind of follow the rest of this zip rail and rotate through a couple of these chokes that are relatively open now if they're quick about it.
Ooh, this might be tough here for Atlas. I love that we're hitting this rotation here, but Na'Vi is just ahead of them, and you're so low trying to get those med kits off, and look at that, they're already getting pressured. It's Denze with the G7 scout, and you've got to focus on keeping your health, but as soon as they realize we're just gonna full send straight into that, so Zidon, Uchako, Hiarka, fresh off that map 1 win, clean up Atlas like it's not even a problem, and SJP2 trying to rotate this way also. Nah, bro, they're so confident.
The zone was really the fourth player there for Na'Vi. I mean, that was rough for Atlas trying to make their way through. Na'Vi able to gatekeep both of those squads, and now they know that their backs are safe here when it comes to the northeastern corner of this ring. I think Na'Vi was just really trying to secure this area so that they can make a slow push in, knowing that there are clearly teams that have been in this area for quite some time, and they need to figure out the right path in to find some safe ground to hold.
Ooh, let's go ahead and see where this is going to shift to, because yeah, it shifts just to the outskirts. So teams like CAT still are going to be able to take a hold of that building, but GoNext, that is going to be interesting, right? Because you should be able to waltz right in, but F9 is just there. SJP2, maybe that denial on entry from Na'Vi actually pays dividends here, because now they can focus on just maintaining this choke and moving in, but 75% hitting a deploy straight over the mountain into the dead center of zone. I can't imagine for 75% British, will they land on that? Because everyone's going to be looking directly towards it, as you see CAT here getting their building laid siege to.
They're still alive. So wherever they landed, they've landed safely. Not so safely. Okay, they're still alive. You're cursing them.
You're cursing them.
I really am bad luck here today, but they're able to get a little bit of a reset here. Surprisingly enough, I mean, with a little bit of zoning coming down here with this cat wall, they at least are able to keep themselves alive, avoid the nades, get the shields reset. Both of these teams are playing chicken right now with each other, and no one wants to make a 100% committed push here. So I think they will hold on for now, but they know that this building is not 100% safe, that they will be fighting for a little bit of real estate here, while the rest of the teams that really banked hard on the northern side of this ring are going to be doing the same.
Here's the difference though, 75% British has the area of this building that you would want if you're CAT, because this is what's gonna be in that next circle. So as soon as they see that come through, they're gonna look for a way to really force themselves into it, which is going to give kind of the bullseye for all the neighboring teams to look for angles through the windows, whatever we can use to maybe get that finishing touch onto a KP and claim it for yourself. But Hoodie, MG Clutch, Ronin, sure, you got into third in match number 1, but we're still aiming for that south side of the circle and making something out of nothing thanks to Newcastle staying in. Despite there being that Ash-Newcastle tie in match number 1, we had to dive into the tiebreakers, and it was inevitably Ash being banned.
I'm starting to see a lot of these teams cluster up here on the outskirts. Legion near 10K, near Nemesis, everyone trying to find whatever safe space they can as players are starting to get knocked here. Legion down to 2, hoping to stay alive. The P20's in hand of Miscom, trying to see if maybe they can land a Skynade to create a little bit of space.
Ooh.
But this is difficult.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're going into the void and we're just playing off our teammates' knockdown shield. We are just trying to be a subtle little wraith when you've got arc stars coming at you left and right, holding on for whatever you can. But for 10K here, didn't see too much of them in map number 1, but they did walk away with a couple points. It's post-kill, Kashera, and Co against the world, going into the void, just trying to stay out of line of sight, avoid those arc stars, but it's noises on the other hand, and 10K might just fall on the outskirts.
Yeah, that was rough. That was a tough spot for them to be in. They couldn't really do a whole lot, and Nemesis was just breathing down their necks. But now Aurora hear the action. They decide to move in and look for that third party, and they are healthy and ready to clean everybody up. You can see Newcastle trying to do what he could to keep everyone alive, but Nemesis are instantly eliminated after. And just for reference, Legion did get out to try and escape all of this chaos and are barely holding on.
Look, the tough part about this is the exact same thing that we just saw from the teams that fell, is that Aurora is going to have to find a way into that next circle, which is relatively open on the outskirts of Atmo for CAT. Whenever I had that question, I was like, what are we going to do? Well, we're immediately going to start chasing down anyone and everyone. But honestly, Clavitus here, I think it's Uchako that gets the knock, not him.
This is where that's an aggressive move in from Aurora. You can see a couple teams trying to shoot at them as they're flying in.
Hold your breath.
Able to kind of land Oirain. Now Kazakh. Everyone's taking a lot of damage.
Don't even curse them, Glitter. We can't even say kind of land because they're done for. They did not kind of land, dude. They just got destroyed.
They thought there was open space, and there was, but it was too open. They had no cover to really get behind, and everyone saw them coming in. And as the zone continues to shrink down, everyone is shifting, and it has moved off of 75% British, where they were fighting for that small amount of building real estate. And it's F9 who's been in one of the best spots the whole time.
I'm gonna cry. And if anyone ever wants to go where TSM, like the old days when they would always ask where TSM was in an EMEA play day, if that doesn't give you old TSM Valcolt, I don't know what will.
Oh my, look at this pain. Look at this pain right now.
I thought you said, look at this painting. Goodbye, Danish. Goodbye. I'm gonna need Bob Ross to paint me out of this one. I don't know, but Reply Totem, here we go. Nisa getting back up on their feet, and look, you've got a little bit of time to rotate out of this, just like under 30 seconds before you've got to move. Still not too bad. I like this for them. I really do. You've got high ground, you got the triple take in your back pocket, and you've got the wall. Taking this space, if they would have had this way too early on, anyone would have looked to fight for it, right? Because we saw some people try to set up here immediately off rip, but the timing was not right.
I mean, F9 really called this one well for themselves, and that double defensive setup that you were mentioning is working out well. Meanwhile, everyone is starting to fight in the western side. You got Reply Totem, cybercats, and a rat in Legion Gaming just trying to escape and survive for a few more placement points while all of this chaos is going out. Legion Gaming does go down. The rat was spotted, and it was the Wraith who was the final player there, as Zero Tenacity also eliminated up on the north side by CAT, who's been trying to push them the whole time.
Okay, cats down below. That mobile shield's about to be done and dusted, and Reply Totem waiting to get crazy with the altar. Just trying to do it at the very last moment, and there it is. Capitalizes on it, finds that shot from Ranches, but it's F9 from the top in the distance. We've got to find some kind of cover to cut that line of sight off if we can. A good shield swap right there. Immediately starting to feel normal again, but it's Na'Vi who get in on this eastern side of things, taking out Ronin, and are looking so solid, potentially for a nice back-to-back potential.
Ooh. I mean, look at them. Look at the angles they have, too. They've got a little bit of height that they can play with. They could use these rocks for some off angles. They know where a lot of these teams are, and if they play this patiently enough, they might be able to, like you said, go for a little back-to-back. Reply Totem taking a little bit of damage here, trying to use a limited amount of cover. The Newcastle will be able to get res, and then they get knocked again, going for the res one more time. Everyone knows where they are right now, so they're taking a lot of focus fire.
I mean, look, you've got the missile swarms coming in from F9's Valk, and that can just keep that pressure, and everyone is looking at you. Reply Totem now down and out into the top 5. Ooh. And it looks like CAT to join them. 75% British. They're looking for a play here. They get Phoenix back on their feet and try to hit a reset. But just like we saw, already struggling over there, seems to be happening. But this is why I love Wraith, Glitter. You use the portal not just for rotations, but for looking for angles that you can capitalize on other fights and then kind of retreat back up towards the team.
You know, meanwhile, while all of this has been happening, GoNext is just kind of waiting in the wings, seeing if they can get an opportunity to do anything, but they are directly under F9 near Navi, and they've just been trying to stay unnoticed while Navi has been looking to get a little bit aggro.
Ooh, that's a good point. I mean, GoNext is gonna have to poke their head out at some point, but it's kind of tough when you've got F9 sitting on top of you. Navi there, jumping on down. Uchako takes a bit of pressure there from CJ and Phoenix. Okay, good. We're maintaining our health here, and we can focus on the plenty of bats that we have to make use of. A decent game for them, but who is going to fight first? You've got F9 on top of GoNext. Navi and 75% British are basically just staring each other down. You see Dark Veils come through, and Navi is still looking for this action straight onto him. A slam meets a slam, and Feud has got the Havoc in the back pocket, just trying to let it rip, but we've got to find angles through the shields.
And while this is happening, you know the teams up top are just going to be trying to third if they can. Lots of low health there on Navi. A 75% British tries to move in to clean this up. In the end, Navi does go down. British is alive, but F9 are the kings of the castle here, Tiff, on high ground, waiting for everyone to battle.
Now I'm just waiting to see when they're going to grace everyone with their presence. GoNext has been lying in wait down below for the time being. Here comes. We've got the crypto ult cracked with the P2020s. Hits a swing, and it's Fuda from behind. But now F9 throwing down the missile swarms is just biding their time before they drop on down. They look for the resets. They look to capitalize on it. But is it going to be enough? The hip fire, it did change up on the Volt coming into this. And hey, it's paying off because your match 2 winners from the high ground with ease.
There were so many things that each of the top 3 teams did correctly for their own individual situations. I mean, that final push onto GoNext that just absolutely melted them while they were still waiting in that spot. To be fair, to GoNext, they played that conservatively, but really intelligently. They got a lot of points by just kind of trying to go unnoticed directly under F9. Like you said, they couldn't really poke out anywhere because Navi was there, 75% was there. Like, there was no safe space for them. So they did get a lot of points on the board just by waiting out the placement points, but the aggression, once again, I mean, I am here for this.
I love it. I do. I love it. Okay, look. So sure, they were able to make something out of nothing there with the Watson Newcastle mix, making those playable spaces brilliant. We can also see that Newcastle's going to be banned in the next. So we'll see what you guys can do there without a Newcastle, because you got 7 kills there for 19 points. But this is the second match on Broken Moon where a different team, that second place roster, is actually going to outfrag and get more points. So 75% British, who basically had to traverse a good chunk of space. I was trying to see exactly where they started, the Foundry. So that is a very long haul rotation to get up by Atmo. To walk away with the double-digit kills, I think it was a brilliant performance. But for GoNext to get 7 while sitting underneath F9, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that everybody did so well by just kind of doing their best with the situations that they were currently dealt. We could take a look at some of these top performers here. I mean, you hyped him up a bunch of times in that game, and I agree with you, Tiff. Phoenix was having a match.
I love it. I really do. I think that it is definitely necessary, but our top performances on the day, Uchako over there with 8, Fuda at 2.4K. Phoenix just constantly throwing out that pressure all around. But let's go ahead and look at the series results thus far. Na'Vi, after that match 1 victory, kind of staying true towards the top because they were able to get a good chunk of points in match number 2, 35 points. But I love the performances we've seen thus far from 75% British, Exoclan, F9. Ronin, you sure they went out maybe a little earlier than we would have liked in match number 2, but they're still in the fighting mix because it seems like a rather point sponge for the top 3, and then it really tapers off. Like, look at the 11th through 20th, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi have just been so consistent. Even if they didn't get, you know, the match 2 win, they still put themselves in a top spot yet again. And overall, that means they're going to be holding on to first after the first 2 matches. So overall, EMEA has been showing up here so far, but we still have 4 more matches left on the day. So before we get into the action, we're going to send it to a short break. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Apex Legends Global Series.
I am the protector of the weak, defender of the just, and lifter of damn heavy swords. Whew.
Just you and me now.
Oh!
Here I go. Yay, I am still alive. Go me.
I didn't get my sword from a stone, but I'm still worthy.
Taking damage.
I'm a hometown hero. I'm Newcastle.
Sony In Zone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Two matches down on Broken Moon, and we're just getting started, it feels like. But welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series. We got match day 2 teed up for EMEA. And Jamerson, you're back. And the first thing I heard was Newcastle's gone for Storm Point later on. Yes.
Well, he's gone now, right? I mean, the immediate effects are going to be felt, and we saw how useful Newcastle was going to be in the end game. I think across the board, regardless of whatever map that we end up playing, but not having it for Storm Point is going to shake things up massively because we were so used to seeing Newcastle when it came to champs, and now just a few months later, we're going to see an entire set where there's going to be no Newcastle on Storm Point whatsoever. So teams are going to have to dig really deep when it comes to their support legends and see how they want to use that. We're starting to run out of a lot of these rotational tools as well. You know, Wraith was very close to being on the chopping block as well, so we'll see if she can survive into Storm Point later on. But the simple fact that we don't have the Ashe, we don't have the Newcastle, it's going to be very difficult when we get onto Storm Point for teams to make those longer rotates. But we'll see. Again, we're seeing that it doesn't have to be the tried and standard compositions. You can still run things like the Valkyrie along with the Watson here, like F9 did in that last game for the victory.
Do we just see why that was the most critical legend comp for them? If they don't have Valkyrie or Newcastle, they don't take ultimate high ground. And I was going to say that I had missed that on that initial end game before they were able to dive down and take this. You just see the Valk kind of use the Jet Blaster, get on over there, the Newcastle ult to bring the entire crew over there to make that work for them. And hey, it resulted in a win, but we lose Newcastle. So our last game on Broken Moon here for groups A versus C. Ooh, we know we're gonna see Wraith. We know we're gonna have altars and catalysts. But I'm just like, what is gonna happen? We went to the south, we went to the north. Give me a foundry ending. Oh, that's dirty. That's pretty dirty, honestly. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we'll see if Catalyst can survive this round before we make it on over to Stormpoint. Imagine both Catalyst and a Newcastle gone for Stormpoint here. She does live to fight for another day for the time being, but she was really close. She was, of course, that next legend on the chopping block. We'll see though. Wraith, Wraith, Catalyst, Alter. There's an opportunity for her to actually get taken out of the queue. We're seeing more teams pick her up, but I think we only had about 8 teams or 7 teams picking up Alter for game number 2 there on Broken Moon. I think if it was any other end game, that Alter could have played a bigger role. We didn't get to see the dynamics that Alter has when it comes to a lot of these end games, especially when we get to more building heavy end games, right? If we had it at Bionomics, it would have changed, of course, the huge would have had huge implications in how you end up playing a lot of the buildings because of the Alter kidnaps, or I think abducts are what we're calling it now. But here we are heading into game number 3, our final one of the day on Broken Moon.
Kicking it off here with our match 2 winners. Now that they don't have Newcastle, I like the changes, right? We're keeping the Valk, you bring in the Rampart. And as I try to think, did anyone else shift on over to Rampart, or is this the only one of the lobby? Which makes them really unique if you're grabbing Valk and Rampart. I think she is the only one.
Yeah, we saw a lot of usage of Rampart when it came to NA last week. Some great victories with that on E District, but yeah, she does end up supplementing, of course, that whole up position, right? But we've even seen Sheila really come into fray here. I think having that extra firepower up against the P20s, getting that longer range and being able to spam the P20 out, making sure that they are not able to go for the wider swings. And hey, we're getting a look at our final ring here on Broken Moon, pulling over to the western side of the map now. And so we've got a really good tour of Broken Moon on our first day of play.
It's not quite the Foundry, right, Jamerson? But I will take the production yard all day, especially Legion Gaming. They're like, thank you so much, Tiff, for trying to get us over toward the western side of things. ExoClan now going to have an easy rotation coming out from the north towards Dry Gulch. And I think I saw a tweet coming out from Aurora on the break, and they were like, hey guys, can you please let us in the lobbies? We'd really like to go ahead and play. I think that's their social media manager just like making like a light joke at the fact that they're not doing what they want to be doing with 8 points coming into match number 3. And if you're hailing from Spaceport, come on, let's take some fights, then drop on down to production yard. All is well, unless you're Totem or Navi.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a huge fundamental shift in their overall play style when it came to champs, and they succeeded extremely well. When we were in the winners bracket, that's, you know, they were able to play off of prio, get into very strong priority positions, hold those down with the Newcastles and everything. But now here on the rotates, that's where they ended up struggling the most when it came to the winners bracket and on match point final day. Navi, though, here in an early fight, our lobby leaders, as Nisa comes in to get that first knock onto Sedan. Now without the Newcastle, that's basically a lost cause here. You can see Uchako is looking for an angle. They will be able to go ahead and back up and get behind the door. We'll see though if Totem try to follow up on this one.
I mean, I heard a lot of audio coming through, and I wouldn't have been surprised if they didn't try to push into that, but looks like we're gonna hit a full reset there. You get the bat off, you need just 8 more seconds or so to grab the full med kit, but reinforcing the wall will hold that off a bit longer for Team Nemesis here. Seems like they are still trying to kind of anchor down on the southern side, and if they're not careful, they're going to get rotated on, but they're already calling it out as you see Atlas there with those long distance shots. So they're going to dive on in, but the fight that was keeping going, Andy Jax now down on the ground looking for the full, but when you've got that purple knockdown, just do what you can do. Do you take it? Do we take that portal?
Oh, Chaco's going to go for it here, and maybe he catches him on that animation, but nope, never mind. It's just Uchako playing ring around the port, as ultimately they will finish off Andy Jax for that KP. They'll have an opportunity though to try and get him back on into this game for Navi. I think being able to get that reset Hierarcha. Don't know if he ended up utilizing his EMP, but in that last fight, he was about 7% off. Totem though, into the fire, and now it's all up to Catch to survive.
Ooh. Okay, well, 9 Impulse already finds a couple, and Reply Totem down and out there in 20th place. And now's the AT here from the outskirts, kind of looking towards what can we do here? Do we capitalize? Do we look for some kills onto Aurora? Because I feel like this is the time in a series where Aurora is like enough kind of playing around. If we don't amp it up now on our first day of play, we are just gonna have just that lackluster performance that we really don't want. And we had already kind of highlighted them in general with their adaptability, but trying to find that flow in this system, it takes a bit for them to kind of warm up.
Yeah, the rotation timings were just, I think, a little bit more thrown off here on Broken Moon. The distances that are covered aren't very long at all, so you can easily see teams running into each other very quickly, and I think that's what's been throwing them off more than anything else. Now, though, they're given a lot more space to work with. We do have a small engagement here, though, as Zero Tenacity ended up losing out on Missy, but we'll see if they can get him back up. F9. Of course, our winners were able to, I think, have priority on this zone. They came, from the cliffside around that area. And so this wasn't the hardest of rotations for them, still utilizing that Valk to get into position early on. We'll see how this Rampart plays out for them.
Oh, you know what I like about this? I've seen so many end games go exactly where Legion is, up towards the top. And if you can just anchor down in that vicinity, deny people from encroaching on the rooftop, whether it's whatever angle they go. But for NIP, only 2 points on the day thus far. Need to make a really strong hold. But when you've got that influx of utility coming in from the fuse, it's going to make things more difficult, especially once your Jenny's down and out. Amphi falls. Nasky and Nags are going to have to try and see, can we get him back on his feet? No, he turns into a death box right on the other side. I don't even care if Nasky is connecting with the Akimbo P2020s. But finding that moment of a break in this fight, how do we get Amphi back when we are in the thick of it?
Yeah, Bambino for Zero Tenacity is looking for an angle right now. They're caught in between so many players here as Nasky might have to eat that Arc Star. No, he actually survives for that one. Nags now will be the one forced to try and re-heal up. As you see Nasky going straight into that drone to get a little bit more information. They were able to pick up that banner for Amphi, but again, what is their retreat option here? How do they get out of here to find a respawn beacon for themselves? Because I don't think they have a mobile respawn beacon on their bodies here, so this is a tough spot. They are thick inside the center of the zone, so they might not have an opportunity to get him back. Right now, though, Danish have to hold on here, but they do trade off for 2.
Ooh, Sherb. Hitting the finishing touches there, and down and out they will go. You can see some of the cross angles coming through, and I love that we're already teeing up the portal to get our reset inside, avoid all of that pressure, and just focus on the reset down here on the southern side of things. We did just see the cybercats fall out of the lobby in 17th place. Prior towards this team, Nemesis hit a huge negative rotate with the Void Nexus down and towards the Foundry. The job's not done. We are not even looking at that side of the map anymore. Navi is over in Terraformer because it's personal at this point in time. We got Ronin on the other side, and Uchako wants to get hyper aggressive with the P2020s, then swarm in like a sea of sharks before they hit that rotation. We don't finish them off completely. One member of Ronin is able to go for a clean reset and should have plenty of time to do so.
Yeah, Navi are looking for the victory here. They can smell it. Such a great start to the day here with 2 great performances. The win in game number 1 and a lot of points added on for game number 2. Ronin, though, are going to be limping out. You can see that, yeah, we have a lot of teams basically propped in center zone right now. Still about 4 or 5 teams on the outer edges here. Aurora were able to clean up, or excuse me, disengage from their fight up against Cat on the northern side. They're going their own ways. More negative rotates coming out from them, so Aurora have to fall back onto older strats for themselves and older play styles. We'll see if they can pick this one back up again, because again, they were doing extremely well when it came to champs, playing that prio. When it came to having to play a lot more of the negative rotates, a longer cross map rotates, that's where they struggled the most. But it looks like they are starting to find their timings. NIP not out of trouble yet. Nags, every time he tries to step out, he has been taking so much damage. Again, I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for NIP to get Amphi back into this game. And you can see every single time they poke their head out, whether it's by foot or by drone, they are getting beamed.
Yeah, just looking for maybe any respawn beacons that are left in the game, or if you've got a Moby, not sure if they do, but everyone is going to look at them, especially with Z10 just on that opposing side. They can just take so many different angles, and you know as soon as they get enough damage or maybe an opening knock on that duo, which looks like what Bambino is trying to potentially do, but you have to remain cautious because of Miscom and Legion Gaming up on top of them. So that's the only thing that's really keeping Z10 at bay for NIP.
Yeah, I think the definition here is just boxed in. That's what they are right now. Legion Gaming, just of course, they've got the eagle eye up top. And then Z10 just completely surrounding them. It's a little bit surprising how far spread out that they are looking for those angles on the Z10 side. But they're not getting particularly punished because Legion Gaming still have to be worried about a lot of the teams coming in from the eastern edge. For Z10, they don't have that same worry. They've got the cliffside to their back, and so they can play a little bit more free, but that's going to be only for this next ring or so, where now we're going to have Cat coming in from the north, Atlas from the south, with more teams really starting to converge on this position, and possibly even 75% British looking to find a better position there inside of the zone. But taking a look at Ronin's journey, they're still trying to get their teammates back on it. You can see rotating far in, but Nemesis versus Na'Vi. That's going to be Na'Vi's next fight.
Yeah, we'll jump back on that later, but we were investing a lot of ultimates here. You can see the Bangalore ult coming on through. We're dropping the crypto, the Dark Veil up, and Zedon just gets dropped by noises, leaving Uchako and Hyarka left to clean up Team Nemesis, which they will do with ease, bringing them to about 6 KP points. Now, something that was really funny about Ronin, I don't know if they actually got fully dropped, but we need a rat cam for them because dude was just trying to get his teammate back on in, and Aurora hits a survey beacon, finds the lone rat, chases them off into existence. But at 42 points and a team moving on in, oh, Na'Vi. Aurora's just kind of looking for information. I like that we're being more conservative on this play because you've got a couple options to get in. You can go kind of through the tunnel where we're lurking towards, or you push down where Na'Vi is.
It's no longer the aping kind of mentality. It is a lot more measured when it comes to the engagements that they try to find. And they know when to back off these fights too. For Danish though, right now, they're gonna try and they might have to brute force their way here. I mean, the longer they end up kind of lazing about around this portal, this leaves them as their only option to push forward through this chokehold. And you can see now Sherb will try and get his team through right underneath. And Atlas will go ahead and let them survive for the time being. Never mind, port down. And Sherb, he's taking a lot of damage here, but he's bought enough time for his team as Danish end up losing out on one. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange though, as Tryhard Thor ends up falling.
Look, this is my nightmare, right? Anytime someone starts working these zip lines in a building and starts bouncing around looking for angles, but Frix just doesn't have time to heal, and it's going to be Trix who has to clutch things up with about 75 HP. Dark Veil coming out because the ring is at their back, and knowing that we're not going to be able to pick people up, you're really just trying to do whatever you can to survive. And same goes here for G-Dolphin as his teammates just waiting to drop into that portal. We'll see how it works for them because Na'Vi down to a duo, losing out on Hyarka, trying to find some playable space just ahead if they can. You've got Atlas to your west, SJP2 to your east, and everyone across the way.
That was their port utilized too, so it doesn't look like they'll have an opportunity to try and get Hyarka back throughout all of this. 75% British ends up cleaning up Atlas, like you had mentioned, and they also get the pull down. For Aurora, though, now finally stepping into the ring as Cat get eliminated into 13th place. Aurora, if they're able to know that this is just a two-man, that might be the full send for them, but you can see that Uchako still taking some very brazen peaks here. SJP2 right on top of Na'Vi are forced back. So Aurora giving Na'Vi a little bit of breathing room to work with there because SJP2 were in prime position to finish them off.
You know, time is of the essence, sure, just under a minute, but you've got decisions to make as we see people trying to avoid burning alive. Zedon, under the guise of the Dark Veil, hitting the rotate, MG clutch, just trying to hide behind the teammates, knockdown shield, sheer chaos for them. Just has been a roller coaster of emotions here for match 3, the final match on Broken Moon. But GoNext, There's something to be said with their ability. Yes, they've got to hit a rotation here, but they have just been lurking in these end games.
Yeah, GoNext has been another team that succeeds extremely well when it comes to a lot of the prio zones for them. Coming out from quarantine zone, this wasn't that far of a run for them. It typically came down to a lot of their zone 3, zone 4 rotates when it was like cross map that they got punished the most. But here again, you can see how well that they are about covering each other's positions, about keeping an eye across the map, and really finding just air damage left and right. For Na'Vi though, yeah, they were just never able to get Hierarcha back, but they do find themselves in the zone again, getting that little bit of breathing room that they were afforded to them. There was an opportunity where I forget which team it was, just SJP2 overlooking them, could have actually taken them out. But now they will survive as a 2-man, kinda, in the face of a Wraith that's going for a port. Go ahead and not chase that one down. GoNext are in a really great spot here to try and gatekeep from the north side, so they don't have to get over aggressive here. You can see they are playing extremely well off of this altar. Kind of going to go ahead and charge forward and eliminate the last member of Ronin. That brings us down to our final 10.
MD Clutch there was just showcasing the changes so well on Wraith, though. The timing on going into the queue, it was brilliant, but not much you can do there, especially when Kinda's just like, fine, I'll locate you. I don't have any worry here. Throwing the Void Nexus down and starts working on their rotation. Brilliant here as you see everyone looking to claim a spot. But my biggest moment here is that fight that's going to happen between Zero Tenacity and Na'Vi. It's bound to break out there, Jamerson.
And Zero Tenacity are, of course, going to have that advantage. It's going to be a 3v2, and Na'Vi, in the face of this, is going to be extremely difficult. Now, Zero Tenacity did end up utilizing a lot of their ammo trying to finish off the NIP members there. So we'll see if they do have extra in the back to finish. Ooh, just noticed Legion somehow were forced off their high ground position. VCGO were able to take them out, and now they've got this high ground spot for Aurora, though. As they rotate in, they'll get finished off. SJP2 falling as well. We're now down to 7 squads, 17 players remaining. A lot of damaged teams here for this late game.
Ooh, tough to see Aurora going out as well, and hopefully they were able to grab a couple more points than we had seen from the first 2 matches. But ExoClan, who had gone out early in match number 2, still in play. VC Go, though, for the time being, taken down. NIP claiming the high ground, and we should be able to stay up here for a few moments longer to at least reset, get back to full health, and keep an eye out on where everyone's going. You know, if you see a Valk in the lobby, there's only 2 of them. Easy pickings here. At least put the pressure on them so they get kind of annihilated on that drop. And it looks like F9 are going to look for some space right where GoNext is. And with how hungry Kinda was and the crew, they're probably going to get annihilated here. With 1 more player left standing, I think GoNext is like, thank you so much for the gifted KP. We'll enjoy that.
And for VC Go, they are basically free there on the northeast side. We do have a movement coming out from Zero Tenacity, as now Na'Vi pushing forward as a 2-man versus the 3 of GoNext. It's a 2v1 now. Henchman, you need to survive. No, Na'Vi. The huge clutch play. Uchako's going to try his best to survive, and now might have an opportunity to get the res. And even though they're a 2-man here, they find themselves in the final 3. Let's go in and head into a Zero Tenacity listen-in for this final fight.
Might be something good this way. Careful. Enemy close. Hostile right here. Let's go this way. Careful. Enemy close. We should defend here. Trust me.
It's really low.
All right, so here's the thing, Jamerson. All I can hear is let's just keep hugging where we're at, which is brilliant because you do have VC Go still on that high ground, which gave so much time to Na'Vi to hit a regain. Sure, they're just a duo on the opposing side, but depending on how this goes, they're going to have to wrap one way or another, and Zero Tenacity is going to get sandwiched.
Yeah, the thing for Zero Tenacity is that they're not playing off of perfect information, right? They don't know. They don't have confirmation that it's a 2-man on one angle for them, and then VC Go. All they know is that they are in between 2 teams right now, and they have to play very conservatively, which is what they're doing, which is why they're hugging that wall. VC Go, though, have a lot of space to work with, but on that drop down, you see the attempt to punish from Zero Tenacity, but now VC Go, with that angle from the height, Levi's not going to chase after this one. He's got the Havoc Nemesis ready on the back foot. As Tier looking for the angle. VC Go should know that Na'Vi are that duo. The Dark Veil going down early on. Z10 utilizing theirs as well. And it's all VC Go holding on to their cooldowns as this fight continues to break out.
Yeah, this is so interesting to see it kind of intersect, but Uchako does have a Kraber in hand. We saw that in match number 1 where it was actually K-Swinny in that end game trying to make something useful here, but we're already on double-digit kills. Keeping an eye on VC Go, just waiting to see Uchako. Are we gonna get hungry for this? Are we diving on in with zero tenacity? That's dead. The hipfire comes on through and lets the P2020 Akimbos rip. Sure, some ultimates coming through, but when you've got that into the void available, do we get a shield swap? No, it's just Zidon in the final moments yet again in a 1v2 situation.
Now we got one person knocked for Z10. I believe they recovered one here for VC Go, though. Oh my goodness. Will Na'Vi be able to get this res on to Uchako? You can see VC Go committing, and they're gonna get knocked out now. Na'Vi, Zidane charging forward, well, slowly as they crawl forward with that knockdown shield here. It's gonna be P20s versus P20s here as he gets the Kraken now. Has to reload. He utilizes that tactical to create a little bit more chaos here, and somehow Na'Vi survive as a two-man to finish things off, and they will maintain their lead after 3 with a huge victory, bookending Broken Moon with victories.
Can we just talk about this every time it comes down to a member of Na'Vi in a 1v the world situation? We throw the piercing spikes down. We try to push them out of their area of comfort. You want to play behind knockdowns? Here, have a piercing spikes, my guy. Come meet my P2020 Akimbos. And it's just so well executed. I know after week 1, I think it was like Uchako who tweeted out, yeah, my 4th place, not really my best performance. I'm focused on next week. And clearly 2 wins in 3 maps. You're doing it. I'm just gonna hit the clap right now.
Yeah, and when we're talking about like the kind of pacing that a lot of our EMEA teams had, we didn't have anyone this dominant after 3 maps. They're cresting on almost matching Infinite in overall points after 3 maps. So we still have 3 to go, and the chaos of Stormpoint without having a Newcastle, without having an Ashe. And so the dynamics here when we get into the second half of today is going to be absolutely absurd. Na'Vi in the chaos, we're seeing what they can do, and they are able to adapt so incredibly well, play this well, and that's kind of what we expect out of them. I mean, they were still a little bit of a dark horse when it came to, of course, finals, but they ultimately got that victory, and so they are showing that it wasn't just a fluke for them, that they are really here to test everyone else in EMEA.
Yeah, I was kind of looking back, right? They grabbed Cedo in 5th, and I think Hazmat came through 36th overall for them. They focused on getting their Stormpoint POI, and so they had that Hazmat tunnel for Na'Vi. And I was like, okay. Sure, it's central. It's giving you some really nice rotations, whether we're going north up to Atmo, down southeast towards biometrics, and kind of even over towards the west of the production yard. They're just using that information and those rotations so dang well, and their fighting prowess is looking good. Even if you're going into an end game as a duo, taking space, like I think that was brilliant when you were talking about that, Jamerson, because they were kind of hiding behind that dark veil for a moment of time when Zero Tenacity had also dropped theirs, playing around the rock. But if you can, I call it like peacocking, but it's just showing space, and you're just kind of trying to play as a 3-man and keep people from full sending you. I love it. Yeah. I love what I'm seeing out of Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's definitely an aspect of competitive Apex Legends that when you have this kind of experience, you know how to do. You know how to play big even when you're small. Na'Vi did that. Na'Vi having the temerity to make that push into 2v3 to gain such a strong position. I don't see that happening often. And so, yeah, 28 points, 16 kill points in match number 3. Na'Vi not only outdo their game 1 performance, but they do it with a 2-man in the end game. That's absolutely absurd, Diff. Yeah, that's crazy.
That is crazy, and that just shows you what Broken Moon is all about. You talked about the pacing after match number 1. You kind of got to see Glitter and I cast in match number 2 and sit back and really watch it a little bit more. But as we dive into our top 3, Na'Vi grabs okay, we're gonna give him 4.9k. Zidon there, 2k. brilliant, but it's Yuchako with the 10, the double digits of freaking insane game for them. You know you're feeling good about that one. But for Zero Tenacity, despite finding themselves in a precarious situation on the outskirts with VC Go just on their high ground, kind of holding them into that low area, it's a shame they couldn't grab more kills towards the end game. But as you look at the series results, we have a 30-point gap between first and second, Jamerson.
Yeah, it was extremely close. In the middle of the pack in the high end throughout EMEA until like around until what, set number 5 or so. So having this kind of breakthrough performance in the first 3 maps of the day is absolutely crazy for Na'Vi. That 30-point lead, as long as they're comfortable taking 5 to 6 points throughout the next 3 maps, I mean, that's really all they need to take the victory on the day.
It really is. Oh, hey, Glitter, welcome back, girl. I know we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Okay. Because, okay, Na'Vi, like 3 matches in on a brand new map that we've never had in ALGS before, and they've just casually decided that their worst game is a 4th place finish with 11 kills. Are you kidding me?
Imagine.
Like, you know, I think that there was definitely a regional discussion around what happened at Champs after we saw them get that win. Are they going to be able to repeat this type of a performance? What's going to happen when everything changes, when we get those legend bans in, when we start bringing in new maps? Are the likes of these players or these teams that have seen success in the past going to be able to replicate that moving forward into what is now the new Apex Legends Global Series? And I know we're very early on, so, you know, you take everything with a pinch of salt, but Na'Vi look great. This is a strong performance on a brand new map, and they have been damn near untouchable, Tiff. I mean, this is amazing for them.
Yeah, I like the way you put that, because quite frankly, that's exactly where it needs to be. And anytime you keep an eye on that roster in particular, I don't know if you guys know enough about that trio in general, or if you did your research after they won Champs last year, but even bringing in Zidane to the mix, like, do you guys remember the name La Cité de France? Like that French roster back in the day that was continuously contesting on World's Edge over in Skyhook? It was brutal, right? Zidane was a part of that roster. And let me just tell you, knowing what fragging potential he had back then, it is so good to see this roster come together alongside Hiarka and Yuchako, who have so much chemistry. It's kind of just a matter of time. And those are the moments that I live for in the ALGS, when some names can really throw down. And I'm not going to say upset some of the bigger org names like that you could really draw conclusions for, Glitter, but you know, it's fine.
Well, you know, let's ask someone who's on one of those consistent top teams in the region year after year, because we have Hackis ready, standing by, obviously, for everyone home from Alliance to hang out with us here during our halftime. Welcome, Hackis.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
All right, perfect. You can hear me. This sounds great. Give me your thoughts so far on those first 3 matches, or even just specifically about how Navi's been looking in the region.
I mean, Na'Vi looks great. I mean, they won the LAN in Japan, and they've been playing solid in scrims. So, I mean, they're looking very strong as a team. They're looking great.
Absolutely. And obviously, for halftime here, we had to bring you in for a little bit of a special segment, okay? Because I think this is going to be fun, and I'm excited to get your take on how this is going to go. I'm going to let you ruminate with it for a little bit first, because it's time to head into our hot takes. And Tiff, I know that you have something you want to talk about.
I do. That's actually one of my favorite things. When I saw Dan and Onset just kind of dancing around with these hot take segments, I figured, you know, let me get in here. Let me get into mine. Mine is going to be called the blame game. And this I see so often when you get those listen-ins or when you're watching scrims. Why is it that players will blame anyone other than themselves when they were the critical person that made the mistake? I'm talking like they're going to be like, oh, well, you should have been here alongside me, or I thought you were with me on that push, or your comm was wrong. Dude, we see so many soft launches of excuses, and I'm just like, own up to it. I would do the same thing. Of course I would own up to my mistakes. Totally. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. But let's be real. The blame game is very real, and sometimes you just gotta own up to it. So Hackis, I gotta hear your thoughts on that, and I know you've got a hot take of your own.
Yeah, I mean, it's always never like just one person's fault. It's always the team's fault. Like even if somebody makes a mistake, then like somebody could have saved that mistake by communicating better or doing something better. Like it's a team game. Like it's everybody's fault, even the coaches. Like you gotta take the blame for everyone. But you know, as long as you give a constructive criticism to it and everybody learns from it, that is fine. But yeah, it's never just one person's fault.
All right, Hackers, now that you understand the gist of how this is going to work, I'm excited to hear from a player POV, a hot take that you have about Apex Legends.
Yeah, my hot take is gonna be on the Edge playstyle. We're 6 years into the game and still teams don't understand what the Edge is all about. Like most teams still think Edge is about playing ranked, just fighting everything they see on Edge, just fighting everyone with no strategy in mind. We get compared to a lot as like the initiators of Edge, like the first team to play Edge, and a lot of teams start to copy our playstyle but don't understand it at all. And it just kind of is frustrating because I don't want to teach people how to play the game, but please stop comparing our playstyle to a ranked playstyle. Like the way we play the game is by getting zone 3 advantage and working our way into Godspot, while other teams don't even play ring console and just int everyone. So I don't really understand the comparison, but yeah, I mean, maybe in 6 more years people understand the playstyle.
Maybe. We're assuming a lot there. Like we're assuming that people are gonna learn, and that's tough.
I will say, I think we are starting to see a slight transition. I mean, yes, we are 6 years in, and I think teams are finally learning, but we are seeing some more reservation when it comes to some of our Edge teams. Now, of course, with a lot of the newer talent coming in and being forced to play Edge a lot of the times, we are reverting back to a lot of the ranked playstyle. But yeah, I love being able to pick your brain about that, Hackers.
Yeah, hopefully sometime. I mean, it's a lot going into it. It would take too much time, I think, to explain it right here.
Honestly, I think you did a great job for the hot take. You got the point across that you wanted to make, and hopefully people are listening. Okay? Get it right. Don't say it. Don't say what they're doing is playing the Edge. Okay?
Don't compare yourself with us, at least.
Exactly. Great job, guys. Love the hot takes. Chat, let us know how you feel about those. Do you agree? Do you disagree? I want to hear your thoughts here as well. But speaking of your thoughts, we're going to get straight into your direct thoughts because you guys have been sending us things on social media, and we are going to be looking at what does chat think. And we're starting things off with, I think, maybe a not so surprising one here because they're saying we need to keep Broken Moon in constant rotation. It is the best map in the game for sure.
Ooh.
I don't know about best because again, I mean, I've been around with, you know, with World's Edge for so long, so having World's Edge gone feels really weird for me. But I do like Broken Moon. I love just the visuals of it alone. But I don't know if it's the best map quite yet. I mean, we're only 3 maps in so far.
All right, well, Hackers, give me your thoughts quickly here. P20's got to be nerfed again because the game's still just P2020s.
I mean, I don't think the P20s are that broken in terms of like DPS or anything like that. I think this is the accelerator that makes them forced because all the other accelerator weapons are pretty weak. So I think that's the most frustrating part. I think they just reworked the way accelerators work. I think nobody would be complaining about the P20s.
Yeah, and you see a little bit of the opposite here. Still taking the P20s over Scouter 30-30. Meanwhile, talking about teams a little bit here, really like this. Raven has a proven track record as a coach, and at times Nasky has been considered dangerous to play against. Let's hope this combo gets them back there like you had mentioned, Tiff.
Yeah, I'm excited. It might take a couple more play days to see it come through because so far the Broken Moon really wasn't their best showing, but we hop on back over to Storm Point. Maybe that's where we'll see it. I also did see some complete 50-50s on this take as well when it came to chat. So, you know, it is what it is.
And I guess to keep things on trend here with our hot takes, the final one, Jamerson, I'm surprised NIP is still sticking with Nasky after his 2 horrible land performances and not even making one of the lands. Ouch.
There's the other side of the coin.
You guys had to give me this one again. I just talked about how my faith in Nasky has fallen. I don't agree with getting rid of him completely, but you know, the level of game in Apex Legends has risen dramatically. He was there when really pioneering early rotations, really getting the rotation paths on lockdown and getting out of their POIs early. They were one of the teams that were trying to get out by 1:15 or 1 minute, but since then things have changed. POI draft has basically gotten rid of that kind of forward thinking, that kind of preparation that they had beforehand. And so now he's basically starting back at square one. So I wouldn't say, get rid of him, but he definitely does need to bring up his game.
Listen, to be fair, that was from Reddit. We know Reddit can be a little savage at times, okay? Let's just take everything with a grain of salt here. I think everyone's experienced it at least once throughout the 6 years of ALGS. But that is all we have time for here today, Hackus. Thank you so much for jumping on with us for our halftime segment and giving us your hot take. It was perfect. It was an absolute pleasure. We're also going to be saying goodbye to Tiff here, Jamerson, as we prepare to dive into match number 4. We're somehow already halfway through the day, which also means we're going to be changing up the map. We talked about at the beginning of the day just how heavily EMEA was prioing those Stormpoint POIs, and now we get to see what they're going to do with them.
And the thing is that now they have to play Stormpoint in a drastically different fashion. No Ashe, no Newcastle, no Catalyst. So what are our teams going to default back to? Alter? We're seeing a slow uptake in her so far, but it looks like Wraith has been more of the prevalent rotational tool for them. But now you also have to kind of default into who's going to be more of your defensive legend, who's going to be your controller, right? While you do have some teams picking up Rampart, it's not something that all teams are used to playing.
Yeah, and that was something that we were even talking about over the break, right? That going into Stormpoint, knowing that Newcastle is no longer in the discussion, Catalyst no longer in the discussion, was going to change what we see. And that was something that I think we saw in the first week as well, Jamerson, where up until this year, I think we all knew what to expect on each map, whether that was legend comp or playstyle out of our teams. And now you're getting 80% of that. It's a little bit different every single time because they're having to make these adaptations to changing up their legend comps and making their playstyle work with whatever those changes are, because they're also different. So, I mean, it's cool.
It's wild as well, because, I mean, we're used to what? 5 unique compositions possibly throughout an entire day, and now we're getting that in one map. And so teams, they're basically having to metagame every single time, and that has to be exhausting. I gotta say, we always talk about it. This is going to be the toughest year. This is going to be the hardest year, but this truly is, because you used to be able to at least default back into like, hey, let's go ahead and play center zone. Let's relax just a little bit and kind of wall bounce around while we're waiting for zone close. It's not the same anymore, right? You have to constantly be thinking about, hey, what composition is this team running now? Is that going to mean they're going to be like player more aggressive? Do we have to worry about alters just all of a sudden in our buildings? You always have to be on it now. So this is definitely the hardest Apex Legends to play.
Yeah, we're waiting for our players to get themselves into the lobby for match number 4. So while we do that, let's take a look back at those final moments from match number 3, the one that you just got to go through here. And once again, Navi out here on top, but we also saw a couple other repeat names that we saw from match 2.
F9 with that skyward dive, unfortunately landing in between 2 teams, creating the opening for Navi here. And this is so impressive because it's the late game. This is where you want to have something like a crypto, where you want to have that EMP, that big impactful ultimate. They already utilized their catalyst wall, and so they basically were out of utility. But somehow throughout the fray, VC Go along with Z10 fighting amongst each other creates this huge opening. Navi were able to just expertly pilot through the end game here, find the opportunity. Sedan connecting with the shots. Ultimate last bit of utility he had there to finish him off, and Bambino understanding there's no way I'm winning this one, and they take that victory. A 16 kill point game. And remember, 15, I believe, out of those 16 kills were between the last 2 remaining members. Hierarch going down early, and so he wasn't able to contribute as much to the team throughout all of that. And so between Uchako and Zidane, they were able to pick up 15 kills, and that's crazy.
I mean, that was just a really don't even know the right word for it. That was just, it was a really fun way to watch all of that get closed out in like the final 1v1, because all of those teams were slowly kind of chipping away at each other in this little circle, whether it's VCGO, Z10, Navi, like it was down to 2v2 to 1v1v1. Like it was just this circular gameplay where everyone was playing aggressively at the right times, poking when they needed to, backing off, and they used those knockdown shields at the end for the final 1v1. But Zidane being able to clutch up like that, being brought in with this roster, I mean, that they just look so strong. We keep harping on it after the first 3 matches, but I think it's only because it's also compounded with the fact that it was on Broken Moon. Now we're going into something that's a little bit more comfortable, that everyone across the board has way more experience on. And will that play into the favor of some of these teams that maybe struggled a little bit on Broken Moon now that they're heading into a comfort pick, if you will?
Yeah, that's really weird to say, right? Because it's yes, it's a comfort pick, but in the most uncomfortable fashion. No Newcastle, no Catalyst for this last one. And so it is, while of course a comfort pick, being back on Stormpoint, it's still in a completely different fashion, right? Not having those 2 legends, having to play Wraith. I mean, we very rarely got to see Wraith on there. And teams were just now, after scrims, getting used to playing Ashe on that Stormpoint. So that's another aspect that's been completely removed from this one. So now we're going to be seeing, of course, a lot of teams falling back onto the fuses, which was a pick for Stormpoint in the past. And I think we might see an uptick here. I think that might reflect a little bit more of what was going on in scrims and why Fuse all of a sudden was seeing a ban throughout the Legends picks, when we had our pretty basic like 5 core of Legends that were basically getting banned out, right? With the Ashe, Wraith, Catalyst, Newcastle, and then whoever the 5th was. So Fuse is the one that's slotting in this time around, and I think this is proving why.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we will also potentially, and Tiff was talking about it, we saw it in that second match on the day with F9. We also did see a couple of those rogue Watsons coming through, which could help for defensibility and some slightly of those more open areas on Stormpoint. So we'll have to see what each team is kind of going for strategy wise, who they're bringing in with their legend comp now that the most integral ones are gone, and how they're kind of going to work around that. But while we're waiting for our players to get set up, it's probably a good time to remind everyone at home that we're going to be in New Orleans in just a few weeks, the largest LAN in ALGS history, the Open in New Orleans, 160 teams. Can you believe that? Check it out. Jamerson, I don't even know if I can like wrap my head around 160 teams at one ALGS event. This is going to be absolutely unprecedented.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? I mean, we had that trend of like double it and give it to the next LAN or give it to the next guy. I mean, now we're like quadrupling it at that point. 160 teams. That's crazy, but I'm all here for it, and all somehow packed into 4 days of action. So everyone's got their work cut out for them.
Absolutely. And if you guys in chat haven't gotten your tickets and you want to do so, you can just scan that QR code up on your screen right now. It'll take you straight to the website. Purchase your tickets. Come check out the literal largest LAN in Apex Legends history. I don't know if we're gonna sleep, and I cannot wait to see how it's gonna go.
No, Tiff was right. I mean, she was absolutely right. The only things that that's gonna help us survive is just sugar rushing off of beignets the entire time. I'm down for it. You know, beignets, po' boys the entire weekend. That's all I'm gonna be subsisting off of.
Oh yeah, the food. dude, it's gonna be so good. Okay, guys, it's gonna be epic. It's going to be so epic. So make sure you show up to see how that's gonna go. Because I can't wait to see what happens, especially when you take into consideration the gameplay we've already gotten only in the very beginning of this split, and the fact that all these new changes that we keep talking about that are affecting what we're seeing right now in just the beginning of the split will apply to the land. We're going to watch the legend bands in person. We're going to watch them adapting to all of these new maps live. It is going to be epic.
And it's just what, in 2-3 more short weeks. It's really hard to keep track of everything right now, but yeah, it is just around the corner. I can't believe that year 5 is kicking off in such a front-loaded fashion at this point. Like, I forget that we still have the mid split as well. Like, there's just so much going on here for year 5.
Listen, you thought you could not get even more Apex Legends, and we were like, well, we could squeeze a few more things in, you know, we can make it even bigger and better. It's year 5. Like, that's half a decade of this running, so we might as well make it cool as we continue to prepare to get into our final 3 matches of the day. We've swapped over to Storm Point, and as you're seeing reflected here on your screen, the 3rd ban of the day was Catalyst. Obviously, you can see Ash was the first, joined by Newcastle. So some pretty important legends are now currently out of contention as we get to take a look at the Storm Point POI draft.
Yeah, and I mean, everything is pretty much bog standard here in terms of the draft. The most important part is that it was very much Storm Point oriented in terms of the draft. You saw Danish there first picking Mill. Of course, Aurora going back to their old tried and true of Cenote. So no surprises there. While everything in terms of the draft is playing, of course, outstandard, it's going to be the legend picks. And now we're joining on board with the winners of game number 3. I mean, the winners of game number 1 and 3 here. So, swapping on over to Storm Point. Na'Vi really not having to change much up, except for Uchako now going over. Oh, excuse me, Zidane now going over to that Watson, like you were mentioning.
Yeah, and you know, we had said that there could be some potential for that. And it looks like a couple of these squads are going to be seeing if Watson is what they're looking for with some of that defensive holding ability. We will also see, we've got Ramparts in here. And you had mentioned before we even started the show here, Jamerson, that we could also see an uptick in Ballistic.
Yeah, that's what we were seeing. By the end of EMEA, he was only a few picks off of what would have been a final ban. I believe Crypto edged it out with 12 picks overall in game number 6, Bangalore at 11, but Ballistic at 9. And so there is a world where Ballistic going from almost no playtime whatsoever to seeing himself banned. But I think right now there's a lot more focus on making sure that you've got the controller, that you've got someone who can go ahead and get that ring scan for yourself, whether it be the Watson, whether it be the Fuse, or even some teams picking up the Pathfinder.
Yeah, we could take a look at the circle as well. See that everyone's going to be rotating over on towards down Beast, which is going to be putting SJP2 in a decent spot, as well as Danish rotating up there straight out of Mill. Atlas moving in early as well. And 75% British. I've been very impressed with them here today, Jamerson. Their aggression has been absolutely on point.
And it's the controlled aggression, right? That's what we were talking about. I think Hawkins was also talking about a lot of the teams now here on the edge. They think they have to ape everything, but that's not what they've been doing. It has been a lot more positional oriented when it comes to a lot of our teams that have to rotate longer paths or through the middle of the map. I mean, we're looking, of course, at teams like Aurora, along with Cat and 75% British that have been forced to make those moves. Of anyone that is kind of harkening back to the old style of just aping everything on the edge, it's been ExoClan, and it has worked out to them to a degree.
Got a little bit of chaos starting here. You saw 75% Zero Tenacity poking back and forth at each other over by Command Center. Then for a second, we checked in with Na'Vi, who was near F9 and Reply Totem. We're back on board with 75% now, seeing if they're able to kind of hold this outside position. Did we lose them already?
Yeah,
they're gone. Oh,
Zero
yeah.
Tenacity
Okay.
are gone. Wow. So from high highs to absolute low lows, going down in 20th place there with how close the middle of the pack is right now, with our, of course, our breakout leads in Na'Vi. That is a tough loss to take. You need to consistently score a few points here. Now SJP2, we were talking about how they were in prime position, having very early rotates, having the priority over here at down Beast, but losing out on Querny. They're in that awkward position that we saw NIP in earlier on. How do you get the res here, even when you've got a respawn beacon right in front of you?
I mean, they've got some scary teams in the surrounding area that they have to be worrying about as well. You can see Aurora's looking to see if they can do a little bit of damage on anyone as they're able to kind of set up in this building for now and see what information they can gain with that crypto. But this is going to be tough for SJP2.
We'll see if they have an opportunity. It looks like they were able to actually back away and swerve off and actually get the res down. And so that's just going to be a KP. Of course, awarded on over to the team, but at the very least, they're able to recover here. And at a really great time, before more teams start coming in, start filtering in from the north side, I think, you know, we're going to have a lot of the later rotate teams try to position their way to the north side. That's what we see a lot of teams try and do, come in from the north. They don't really want to take that run through mill to get up here into down beast, but that's still very early on, right? We still need to get a better look at what ring 3 is gonna do. So right now I think SJP2 are in a decent spot. 10k now pushing forward with Kaishi's ports. And they are spotted out early on, but they will survive. Post-kill instantly setting down those walls for themselves. And so now we are seeing why a lot more teams are starting to pick up that rampart.
Oh, sneaky. Managed to slide right on in there and avoid a lot of potential incoming damage and claim one of the last remaining safe areas, as so many squads have already moved in and started to really own those buildings. So they are surrounded by Na'Vi and Ronin, so it's a little bit of a scary spot, but should be able to settle in for now. Meanwhile, F9 on a little bit of a slower rotate in here. Going to be a little pressed to find a spot to hold.
We should maneuver that area.
Yeah, they're not under too much pressure right now at the very least. And it seems like a lot of the teams in Down Beast, in that mill area, are a bit more preoccupied with each other. Luckily for F9, they've got that crypto, so they can check their backs. I don't think he was able to get a decent scan on a banner, so he doesn't know how many players or how many teams could be around them. But we know that they have cybercats and 75% British to their backs. So F9, while it could be fortuitous for them to try and play that choke off a checkpoint, I think, you know, you do have to prioritize the positioning more than anything else instead of trying to get this KP. With the performance that they've had over the last 3 maps, just making sure that they get themselves okay, excuse me, sorry. Just making sure that, you know, you put yourself in the position to get top 5 and convert off of that and get the kills instead of trying to get the mid-game kills will be a lot more important. Taking a look at ring number 3 though, Glitter, we're getting a harder pull up to the north side.
And you know that everybody that instantly rotated up is going to be happy about that. I mean, I still think it's a little spooky scary for F9 there in that choke with the potential threats that could be pushing through in just a few minutes. And then that whole southern side is about to become very congested because you can see that while Navi's there, 10K's there, you've got NIP, WEH, Legion, GoNext, all that eventually need to push in through mill to get somewhere safe as well, whether they go a little bit wider and end up running into like the likes of Danish, Aurora, and Atlas, or just decide to go straight through and hit a different 3 squads. It's a little bit scary on that southern side.
Yeah, the southern side is starting to open up, though. As you can see, that there is a bit more of a pileup on a northern edge. I think for a team like GoNext, who were just at Cenote, having access to both the survey beacon and the ring console does kind of give them a lot more confidence in making this move on the south side. They know that the ring's pulling up north, but they've got a lot more teams to that north side as well. So being able to utilize both aspects of that information makes it very clear for them what they need to do. Swerve in from the left-hand side, from the western edge. Up here on the north, though, over at North Pad, can find themselves in a small engagement. I believe that's going to be Nemesis on the other side of this one. And we've even got VC Go in position to try and come in for the third party, but they are off pretty far.
That way.
Just a little bit of back and forth poke for Nemesis and CAT, as neither one of them really wants to have to go all out this early on. CAT decided to back off and opt to go for a rotate through the southern side of things. They could potentially run into cybercats if they keep pushing through, but they've got to choose one way or the other, and they decide to stay away from where they know 100% Nemesis is. But now Nemesis will be at their backs with cybercats and now ExoClan at the front, so they'll have to be smart about the way they rotate through this POI.
Yeah, this is a little awkward for CAT because they did end up getting that survey beacon, but they should know that there are teams here in Checkpoint. They had options. They weren't pressed to push through Checkpoint. They could have taken the longer route around, go down to Cedar, go back to Cascade. There were plenty of options for them. So committing into Checkpoint feels like it's not opportune or optimistic at this point. So we'll see. Nemesis are backfilling behind them for now, and they're actually getting a free rotate through for GoNext, though. They're trying to lay their stake here on the south side of the zone. They end up forcing out one of the teams, and it looks like they will be safe for now. I think they are, of course, again in that holding pattern. They're going to try and play for more information in the future. I believe there's another ring console inside of Mill that they can play off of. Na'Vi are in position holding the north side of Mill. We'll see if they have an opportunity to go in for that scan.
Yeah, it was Legion Gaming that GoNext was able to force off there, and after Legion Gaming already having experienced a game where they had to hope their rack could keep them alive, they decide to play a little bit safer here, back off and reassess how they'd like to continue their pathing into the next ring, as ring 2 is almost done closing here. Nemesis also ended up going through Checkpoint after CAT, but they are gone. It's cybercats that's in the area, and as CAT has moved forward, they're now running into VC Go. They are down to just one. Adam not able to clutch up, and CAT are eliminated.
I hate that we have a CAT and the cybercats in the exact same group. So every single day or that they play, that the group plays, well, we get that kind of confusion. But yeah, taking a look at the ring, and this is why we're seeing a lot more teams playing a bit more conservatively on the edges here, really playing off that ring console, because even in this zone, you really wouldn't know without that scan where this one could pull. Of course it can pull over towards the down beast. Of course it can go to Mill, and of course it can go over towards that platform that Atlas, Aurora, NIP, 10K are all on right now.
All right, well, we've gotten a chance to see them play well. Now let's listen to their comms and jump in with ExoClan. With just a sliver of health as he tries to see if he can maybe outsmart cybercats, keep ExoClan's hopes alive right now. That was tough. He decides to go in, see if he can clean up a little bit more KP through the window, able to get the shield crack and the knock. But this is just moments away from K-Swinny being taken out. There's no way he can survive this, Jamerson.
Oh, to his back, cybercats are able to finish him off, and that big gamble for them going in to Checkpoint worked out. They got KP. Now they've got a lot of this cleared out. But unfortunately, with how that fight broke out, with where it ended, they're going to be forced into one of the worst rotations here. If the fight had maybe concluded a bit more north to that further north checkpoint, they would have had an easier rotate. But now they've got Ronin and 75% British in front of them. And despite taking that team fight win, it's all up to Ranches here to try and survive for a little bit longer.
Oh, that is rough. That was really tough for cybercats coming into those two teams. Of all the teams, Ronin now loses Jay. They're down to 2 to see if they can maybe stick the res there. 75% British pushes up and says, absolutely not. Ronin are eliminated, and the aggression from 75% continues.
I will say, I think that fight right there between 75% British and Ronin really does highlight how quickly our teams are moving now when it comes to finding these openings. A lot of before, it felt like, you know, you were testing the waters with every fight, with every little peek out. But now it's, you get a knock, or even before you get the knock, you're already aping. You saw how quickly that Ronin tried to respond to that. Once they lost their third member, you saw that motherload going down. But before the animation was even done, they were jumped on by British. Now British clearing out that eastern edge, have an easier go of things of rotating in, but they don't really have too many playable spots here for themselves.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see what they decide to do here, because they could try to third this Na'Vi Legion back and forth that we're currently watching. They could try to go find somewhere safe just to hide for now. Na'Vi looks like they're gonna dip out and just focus on really getting a little bit of cover, but they unfortunately put themselves in a position right near 10K and in the line of sight with Aurora, NIP, Danish. I mean, this is chaos.
Yeah, luckily for them, being in that position, Aurora and IP aren't that free to try and peek this angle over and over again, because they are constantly worried about the threats that are back with Danish, with Atlas, who can't push in. Now, they will be keeping an eye on things here, but you can see how much more freedom that they actually have to play off of here. Now, GoNext charging forward will be able to finish off Legion Gaming, making it so much easier for themselves. Now, it's going to be 10K and Na'Vi looking to gatekeep GoNext.
Honestly, really smart decision on behalf of Na'Vi to get out of there while they could, because it was GoNext that came through the exact spot they just were and took out Legion. GoNext now looking to continue their push through, and things are only going to get harder for them from here. Like you said, 2 teams right in front of them in Na'Vi and 10K looking that direction, and even more continuing on past that. So they might try to end up going towards the eastern edge, as VC Go are getting knocked down, and 75% are the ones part of that fight.
Ooh, VC Go will get finished off. 75% British now with 43 points. They're gonna have to eat. Oh, a sniper shot to the face. Phoenix, though, finds himself a small little pocket here that will keep them safe, and they somehow recover. Back over here, 10K versus GoNext right now. Na'Vi tried to force that away, try to survive on that low, but Uchako is the only one up now. Zidane bleeding out, and unfortunately, Uchako is the only one up. We're still here with 11 squads remaining, and he's not willing to pop that port quite yet. He's waiting for a little bit more of this action to die down.
That was tough. Positionally, they were kind of like the front line for all of those late rotating teams and weren't able to escape early enough. As a trio, at least now they have the rat, while GoNext does go out in that fight with 10K. 10K now own the building, and Na'Vi have at least secured an extra placement point. So, I mean, not the worst choice to try and hide. But you can see them right in the corner there as NIP also have the Watson in play and are trying to hold this low ground.
Yeah, this ring continuing to pull on over here. As to the north, we have a Totem looking for an opportunity to charge forward, but unfortunately, we've got all of these rampart positions holding it down for now. Gonna be difficult, but they will charge forward. The smokes giving themselves a little bit of a reprieve. That's gonna be the next smoke going down, and so Reply are able to walk this one in with that Bangalore in tow. So we didn't really get to talk much about Bangalore, but that was also a very popular pick when it came to EMEA last week.
Honestly, Reply Totem kind of snuck that in. There was not a lot going on the north side, and they were able to get a little bit of a free position there because everyone else is so focused down on that southern side. As we get to check back in with them, SJP2 is now eliminated. 75% are out. They were on that southeastern side. Atlas eliminated, who's been in this building chaos, and then finally the rat will be discovered. Pushed out. No, still alive. NIP trying to do a little bit of work there on Kaishi, but doesn't clean it up.
Yeah, they couldn't overextend for that one. They had to worry about that threat on that rooftop. They could have got dropped down on at any point. And so that was really about, realistically, the furthest that they could have pushed out to try and chase that one down. They just need to keep that in mind, that there is going to be a solo on the outside of our building. And, you know, that's more information that the rest of the lobby is actually working with. So that could be a crucial piece of information for them to have. For Reply Totem, though, they find themselves a nice reprieve behind this wall. 5 shots remaining here for Nissa. Now for NA, last week we got some great shots out of the Kraber. We'll see if Reply Totem can give us that here.
Honestly, Reply Totem are in a pretty decent spot. They only have the lone Navi rat in front of them, and then they at least own the north end. Meanwhile, NIP finding a little bit of a groove here, taking out F9 and having done a really good job of holding their position this entire match. Stormpoint clearly looking better on them as a squad.
Best performance so far. I mean, they said, hey, we want to prioritize Broken Moon. We'll take whatever is left here on Stormpoint and we'll be able to perform on it. So I'm glad that they have that confidence coming in. But now as they try to find a safe spot to play underneath, Empy's gonna go down to the ring. Aurora dropping down onto NIP. And just like that, they're knocked out. We're down to our final 5 squads. We've got 1 rat remaining left here in the lobby, but we have a res coming in.
What?
They did it. 10K did it.
That's an insane res. The rat on Navi does go out. Reply Totem finally looking to get involved in 10K, even though they get the full 3-man res back up. They are instantly eliminated. Aurora down there just raining damage down on anyone who steps in front of them. And while they do it, Danish says, no, we'll take you out. It's now down to Reply Totem and Danish. Reply Totem been playing the outside this entire time. They still have all 3 while they have been damaging Danish. They've got the safety position, and Reply Totem close out match number 4.
What a great way for Reply Totem to take this win. The first 3 maps there on Broken Moon did not go well at all. They needed this map reset on Stormpoint to really change the momentum and the trajectory of the rest of the day. So I'm glad that they were able to bounce back, take this win, and now they have a footing in the middle of the pack.
That was just patience, right? I mean, we saw them. They were the last team in on that northern side, and they were so unassuming about it. They slowly moved in behind the fence. Like you said, they had a couple smokes at their disposal with the Bangalore, were able to get a little bit of cover and then waited it out. Didn't push anything too aggressively towards the end, moved through the solos, kept pushing in. The Kraber was really good for zoning people away from them. I mean, that was positionally well played on behalf of Reply Totem.
And we got to see why so many teams were prioritizing try to get to that northern side of this zone for this pull in particular, because if things go right, things like that happen for Reply Totem. You're not dealing with the usual scramble in the middle, in the open ground in between buildings, right? We saw so many teams hop from building to building, and all of a sudden there's 4 teams fighting it out over one building there on the south side, which we saw time and again coming out from the mill. And they completely avoided that by basically rotating in from the north. Again, I love that we get to have a more macro view about how our teams are making these decisions, because there's just so much that goes into it. They stuck with that northern pole. They stuck with that northern route, while a lot more teams decided, hey, we're going to try and move through checkpoint instead. We're going to try and avoid this. And they called everyone else's bluff, and they were rewarded for it.
Yeah, that was a really, really solid performance. And we had mentioned it. They ended up going out shortly after we talked about them, but clearly a much better look for Ninjas and Pyjamas here now that we've moved on over to Stormpoint. You know, they started to kind of pick up the play and get some of that KP on the board that we were looking for and knew that they were capable of. And we were wondering, would we see a little bit of that shift once we got off of Broken Moon and moved into Stormpoint? I think we did see a little bit of that, Jamerson.
Yeah, but I think their best performance so far, 8 points added on for them. But to note as well for Na'Vi, we were talking about how strong of a commanding lead they had heading into game number 4, into match number 4. And really all they had to do was make sure that they put 5 to 6 points on per game for the rest of the day, and they basically secure a victory. Well, here they still get 9 points for themselves, 5 KP, end up going down in 5th overall, and will continue to maintain this lead going into the last 2 games. And it's going to be Crypto also banned coming into match number 5.
You know, if we're going into a new season with new maps, if Na'Vi ends up being a team that can really nail down Broken Moon early as it being one of the newer ones, that would be massive as far as being able to really solidify points when it comes to a series, whether that's here online or it's at LAN. But that is 4 out of our 6 matches done here for today. We still have 2 more Storm Point matches left, and we'll be getting back into those on the other side of this break.
As the mortals chant my name, I shall descend upon this world and bestow upon it my body. What offerings do you bring, thy beautiful vestige? I demand they be sharp and explosionized. You are making quite the scene for me not to be in it. What the hell? This fighting pleases me. More! More! And now one last gift for my believers. The ultimate decoy. Cheeky.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series. Jamerson, you and Glitter just absolutely crushed that cast over on Storm Point to see kind of going back to our ever familiar. And now that we've got Crypto banned, I was kind of looking back at what we had seen last week. It went Ash, Wraith, Catalyst, Alter. This is kind of different, right? Newcastle goes out in second. Now we're seeing Crypto actually banned. What's going to happen in map number 5? I feel like you've got all the goods, right?
Yeah, it's a little weird having Newcastle out so early on as well. It's just it completely changes the dynamics of how teams have to basically pull really deep from the well at this point. But I think we're seeing, of course, falling back onto the Bangalore. Now, if the Bangalore falls for map number 6, that will be, I think, really the biggest test for all of our other teams. But we saw how strong that the smoke can still be for covering your rotations here. NIP, though, I'm glad that, you know, just after we had the hot takes, that they were able to at least bounce back a little bit there.
Yeah, exactly. And you see right here a little slow-mo action for Nisa there to hit that Kraber shot. It's not often that we see an endgame connect like that. So I love that Aurora finally, at least with that Cenote Cave start, they didn't really have to rotate too terribly far to get here to endgame. Sure, it wasn't converted to a win, but Reply Totem, welcome back to ALGS after 2 years, kind of getting back into the mix. Sure, I was talking about map number 1. Might not have been the best start, but also, I mean, Rory's bouncing back from a double bogey on the whole one right now. So sorry, I checked him at the Masters.
It's the Apex Legends Master Series.
It's fine. I'll keep you guys updated a little bit. No, for real though. But you bounce back, and that's all you can do. So to get that first win here in map number 4, man, 2 more to go on the series. Anything can happen when you go back to Storm Point.
I think right now, importantly, it's just the fact that because Na'Vi have been so dominant, right? Despite only getting 9 points there, their lead only gets cut into by 2 points. They had a 30-point lead heading into match number 4. After it, now it's a 28-point lead. That still means that the middle of the pack is up for grabs for anyone. In these next 2 matches, a decent performance on one and of course a victory on the other would easily secure yourself a second place, or you could also pray that somehow, you know, on the biggest of downfalls for Na'Vi at this point.
Yeah, I mean, not wrong. Here we go. See all the legend bands. You got Ash up there on the top left, Catalyst from the controllers. You saw people slotting in Watsons and Ramparts. So still getting some of the use from Rampart, not only with the ring console, but the walls when we lost out on Newcastle. I mean, the fact that we still have Alter in play with the reworking on her perks, and she gets kind of everything that those support legends can. You still get access to the support bins. You got all the fun things depending on what you choose there for your perk upgrades. But here we go. Can we have someone dive into Na'Vi's lead a bit more, or will Na'Vi continue on the path of dominance here?
Na'Vi have to break the next 2 games. That's the only chance the rest of the lobby have, especially with how well that they're performing and how consistently that they're performing. I mean, what was it? They're on Broken Moon. Their worst game was 5th overall. I mean, that's one hell of a conversion rate. And so I don't know if anyone can really stop them at this point. And now I think it's just a race for second.
Ooh, a race for second. Who's going to be able to take that? I mean, 75% British, looking really strong as well. I've been enjoying what I'm seeing out of that crew over there as you get the beautiful skylines and start to think about where everyone's kind of dropping back in at. And I love that we saw picks like people going to Lightning Rod, knowing that they have the comfortability, that they're like, I feel the best rotating in from this side of the map. But we already saw it end over on the western side of things. Let's shake it on up. I asked for crazy pools on Broken Moon, but I feel like we're gonna see a lot of the same that we've witnessed in past on Storm Point. So kick things off with your winners over here in Cascade Falls. Reply Totem, Catch, Andy Jax, and Nissa.
Yeah, I mean, we had a nice kind of world tour when it came to our first viewing of Broken Moon here for the ALGS, right? We had a southeastern zone at Bionomics, we had a northern zone at Alpha, and then we had that western pull overall. So a pretty decent look. And then we came back here to Storm Point. I was like, oh, we're going over to Down Beast. Okay, all right. Yeah, we're used to that one, but hopefully here in our next 2 games, in our final 2 games, we will see a little bit more, because right now our teams are being tested, right? And it's all about basically bringing everyone out of their comfort zone. And so if we get some new circles here, it would be fantastic.
Yeah, I was trying to see where that ring console was going to be for them, but it might be that we get access to the upper falls as well. I see an Evo cache in the distance, so make sure you can at least get as many of those points up as possible. You can see already on blue, but we get an update on where that circle is pulling to. Still familiar, but Legion Gaming, I'm not gonna lie, they've been in a position where we've looked at those first initial zones and been like, I feel like this is a favor for them. You're getting that initial information and being able to play from Echo HQ that has really nice loot off the rip. And NIP, right? Made a good showing in map number 4. Also going to have precedence to that as you see them kind of diving into the pylon where 10K is. Would not hate an early win for them in a fight, Jamerson.
Yeah, the biggest, of course, target would be to 10K to try and take away that center position. But I think they can't underestimate the rotation timings from a lot of the other teams in the area. They know that Barometer, Echo HQ, Jurassic, all these teams, you have to worry about them coming in. So right now, NIP are just going to go for the holding pattern. I mean, that building on the south side of Pylon is always a power position to have. It gives you a lot of flexibility. It gives you options, not the most in terms of sight lines to try and steal away a few KP, but it's still there at the very least. And I think right now, a win on the day is out of reach for NIP, but they're still in the running with the performance that they were able to put in the last map to at least go for second, even with 15 points. That's absurd to say, right? Even with 15 points, even being down all the way in 12th place, you still have an opportunity here to actually get second on the day.
Yeah, you would just need some solid back-to-back matches, but Danish here You can see Trix just trying to like go through the bullets, gets the amped cover down, gets Sure back up on their feet, but you know people are gonna want to just keep that pressure on for Zidane, Yuchako, Hiarka. It's just a moment of them focusing on getting their health back up and still encroaching onto that outer territory. With the way they've been performing today, they're not really scared of taking any fights. And why should you be? You're the reigning land champ. You came in, you've already won 2 of the initial matches thus far. You have an insane points lead on the day, and you're just running amok with that confidence and pushing people and ruining their rotations at this point.
F9. Utilize that skyward dive, try and get deep. They have been met. Doesn't look like they take too much damage on the landing as I say that though. We're gonna go ahead and swap on over to VC Go. Making their way down from that north side. Here it is, Cats. Gonna try their best to survive, but Atlas G Dolphin peeking with the Sheila! And he lays waste to them. The easiest 1v3 ever.
Can we see that in slow motion? Because that's G-Dolphin doing what G-Dolphin does best. If you're gonna have someone on a rampart, you know that G-Dolphin can slot into that with ease, and especially with Atlas seeing that third party coming through here from Na'Vi over at Cedo. I love that we have fuses in play to be able to throw down the knuckle cluster, section it off, and defend to give you some more time to hit a reset here for Babylon's ASCII and crew. You've got the Jenny down, you're making some work out of it, and Excuse is just trying to bide their time before they maybe even go for a reset if they can get it.
Remember, it was F9 that tried to go for the skyward dive. They received a lot of the focus, but with Legion actually, I think, putting too much focus onto them created an opening for GoNext to creep up from behind. I believe 2 members of Legion are down right now. They're trying to hunt down the third.
All right. I mean, Kinda's kind of sitting over there looking for information on Ballistic, and look at the way that we're kind of circling out and about from this. This is a good spot for them to be, depending on where that circle is going to shift after this zone 2. You see Na'Vi over there, and Cedo Fricks 50 HP and a dream inside the rocks. But hey, if they're getting all up to fighting form, that's what you got to do. We don't want to fall out. Just stay alive here for Danish.
Yeah, it's been an awkward rotation for Danish, right? Getting chased down by Na'Vi early on. They really haven't been able to escape them, and it's all just been about surviving here in the early game. They are at 22 points right now, 8th overall, 2 games. Again, another one of the teams in the middle of the pack somehow that can still get that second place with decent performances, but they have to survive, and so that's all they're prioritizing right now. Moving their way to the north side, going through checkpoint, and they'll rotate their way possibly over to command. There is going to be a ring console for them to pick up. Plenty of ways for them to pick up the survey beacons as well, but here's GoNext looking for their next fight.
Hey, we knew this was gonna happen. We knew Ballistic was waiting to pop that ultimate. You get the speed boost, you get all the infinite ammo and Atenum there. No scope on the flatline, doesn't need it at close range. It's one of my favorite weapons, even with the hip fires and Kinda. E2020's in hand. From the high ground, you can put the pressure on, but they're not able to commit to this push. And instead, Henchman gets punished.
Yeah, unfortunately, F9 were able to hunker down to a position that forced GoNext to look down at them, and there was just a lot of different angles for teams like SJP2 and WEH to get some free shots off onto them, and so it wasn't as easy of a fight as they, I think, GoNext squared up for. But the fact that they were able to survive is going to be important, and I think that's one thing that we really do have to talk about. We haven't talked about as much when it comes to Alter. Now we are seeing a little bit more of her. Is the reset potential of the Alter. Sometimes it feels like when you're playing something like Alter and Ballistic, it's like a new iteration of the old school Octane Revenant, right?
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
Speed. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like a natural evolution of that composition.
A little Revtane action? No, you're right. You throw the Void Nexus down, you look for that engagement on F9, you lose out on Henchman, but what he does is he pops back through the Void Nexus, they hit the regain, they're full health, and then that gives them the timing when SJP2 commits to that. But as we look at where that next circle is pulling to, remember NIP when they were kind of encroaching up on the pylon where they saw 10K, didn't necessarily fight, but what they did was they took that early space, and that's a zone call from Nasky right there to commit to a solid spot to get them into that late game here today.
Yeah, it was a big gamble for other teams, right? Like F9, SJP2, and GoNext, who decided we're going to commit to the Echo HQ side. And so with that pull into Pylon proper, now those teams are going to be forced to fight. And as I say that, WEH ends up getting cleaned up. We're down to 18 squads here for ExoClan. They have been so aggressive. They've been running this Maggie and ballistic composition, which is all about speed, which is all about aggression and having utility. You can see Case Winnie's gonna go ahead and smoke them off for now. It feels like a little bit of a disconnect there. The Mad Maggie ball going in along with that smoke. Another fight breaking out. Here's British, ends up getting knocked out.
Yeah, that's tough for them considering they're at 46 points, second overall on the day, but it's not done. Case Swinny and co want to move in on this and see what they can make happen. It's Arctic, chaotic, looking to clean things up. At least you had the knock on to Zuni, but you see Remix just kind of using that altar as the getaway plan, and they're going to take this time to get Case Winnie back on their feet, and Navi, who have just been looking for all the engagements here on match number 5, still trying to do what they can, and they clean up Legion Gaming.
Navi, remember their lead was cut into by 2 points after match number 4, and there we go with 3 more KP. They are once again growing that lead for themselves, clearing out the western edge. They have a lot of options here in terms of rotating in for the next zone. We'll see if they commit to the south side or if they start moving more towards the north, but you know, we saw that a lot of the southern side is now free. This is going to be the biggest point of contention, I would say, overall here on the southeast side for F9, SJP2, GoNext. When this ring finishes closing, who's going to make the first move? Who's going to try and get ahead of the game and try to cut off both teams at the next choke point? Here's VC Go, though, in a fight up against Aurora, and ExoClan taking another fight as well.
Hey, I mean, Chaotic tried to open things up, but the altars making all the movements happen, but the P2020s, Akimbo's at close range, and it's Arctic and Case Winnie who are able to get the finishing blows on a team Nemesis. Now, this is tough, but you do have the entirety of the eastern side. Now, it's delayed, but you have to get through Zero Tenacity to get into Pylon. You mentioned Aurora, you mentioned VC Go, that French roster across the way, but we already lost out on Oiran, so we're down in numbers for the Aurora boys, but I'm not gonna lie, based on what I'm seeing, I'm still happy with this because we know that Aurora excels in those late game reses, similar to what we had witnessed with 10K in match number 4.
Yeah, they do have a mobile respawn beacon, but they still need to recover that banner, so it's gonna be difficult. I don't know exactly where he ended up falling, but it looks like they are trying to find an opportunity for that. Getting a better look at this ring, though, it's going to be a pull up to that northern side. VC Go in the buildings, Aurora in the middle of the zone. You got CAT at 10K well in position, while Atlas are just a little bit out of it, but it's not going to be the hardest rotations. Back down on that south side, though, we were waiting for that engagement between these 3 teams. It's going to be GoNext versus SJP2.
Ooh. The teams delaying their rotation out on the south side of Pylon. We need to make this decision quickly, and Denze there gets just absolutely deleted. When you've got the Rampage as your sling, you pop into the ult, it is almost just too brutal to watch. Danish yet again under fire, using the Wraith portal to kind of back away, but we were talking about it. We didn't get to mention that there's still a lifeline in play. Ronin actually, with all the bans came through, locked it in. You can see the lifeline ultimate just ahead, and the influx of nades, they're not connecting. If any one of those starts to pop through, this is a completely different story, but Frick's behind the amped cover, trying to connect onto Hoodie, instead goes down themselves. It's just Tricks hiding behind the teammates' knockdown shield in a 1v2 situation. Can we make this through the portal play? Oh. You know how crazy that would have been if he would have made that work? Unfortunate.
If only, but right now it's ExoClan in the fire. Swinny, the only one up for his squad. They try to rotate up to that north side, but Zero Tenacity were ready and waiting for it. Atlas as well, finishing Zero Tenacity off, and now it's all up to Atlas. Will they be able to spot out Arctic? I think Case Winnie knows that he has to give this one up. He'll back away for the time being, but no, Atlas is unaware. They're making their next move. They're getting deeper into the zone instead, giving ExoClan the opportunity for the reset.
And and they're gonna have buildings in that next zone, so no worries for them. For Na'Vi, who's still trying to make a play. We last saw Ronin on this side, and they had just expended that lifeline ult, so Hiarka said, that's fine, you can have it up again, but we're just gonna barrel on in with all of the nades, the knuckle clusters, and Ronin, you didn't even stand a chance on that fight against Na'Vi, but brilliant that you were able to get that lifeline ultimate back up and ready for the next fight.
I forgot how absurd Fuse can be. He still has 6 different nades remaining after that spam. NIP though, in a small engagement with GoNext. It's GoNext actually getting aggressive here as Adnam is trying to find an angle, but as he gets peeked, he's forced back, almost cracked. GoNext are still working this as Nags is going to be the first one to fall on NIP. And kind of out on his own, needs the backup of his squad mates, but it looks like they are there for him. Henchman covering is behind now. Adnam will be able to finish things off. GoNext knocking out NIP. GoNext securing that second place spot extremely well for themselves. 48 points. I believe the next one down, not ExoClan at 37, but we've got 75 British at 46. So this is an extremely close race between the top two. This is GoNext's opportunity to try and grow a commanding lead.
Yeah, that 75% British going down early just really kind of is not benefiting them, and they're gonna have to come into that last match of the day to try to get as much as they can back into second. For Na'Vi, who were able to regain and walk back into it, we know that they used the ballistic ult upon push of that fight against Ronin. Question is, will they have that for their next fight? VC Go is the closest one to them, and they're already kind of highlighting that area. As we dive back in, G-Dolphin poised behind the amped cover, watching for the reset. Dude, if I took that portal and waltzed right into G-Dolphin with a Sheila, I am just turning my game off. I'm going for a walk. I'd be like, no, I can't do this today.
Yeah, you're questioning every life decision that led you here. Every single one. What if I didn't ask little Susie to go to, to go to spring formal with me back then? Would my life be in a different space? Would I not be in front of G-Dolphin here? Anyhow, Na'Vi now making the push. They're not regretting a thing as they are funding a little bit more. And again, Na'Vi, 81 points after 5 games, and the 5th game isn't even over yet. F9 are knocked out. We're down to 8 squads.
Through the fire and flames, just sheer chaos. But I mean, once again, you throw the ballistic ult down, you want to have it back up for the next fight, and Reply Totem, fresh off that win in match number 4, looking pretty solid here at 36 points. Just 10 points ahead of them is 75% British in 3rd place. That's a lot of room for movement, considering there's still 7 squads remaining. They're going to pop on down, take on GoNext, who's been firing on all cylinders here in this map, and we're just trying to take these different angles. But when you've got the Watson fences and the Jenny up, it's like we just pop on up here for a moment to reset before we fire on down.
Yeah, gain some composure, take the time. You don't have to go full throttle every single moment for every single fight here. For 10K though, they've basically been on top of Pylon this entire time, but now they're going to be forced out. That ring pulling up towards Na'Vi. Na'Vi fought their way there. They have deservedly won that, and it looks like 10K will be able to utilize that port to get through. Natural cover behind this tree as well. Na'Vi are going to try to work with the space that they have. Plenty of space on the north side to try and angle out 10K, but with those rampart walls down, it's not going to be so easy.
Oh, I love where 10K positioned themselves behind that tree. That's where the circle is going to be going, so everyone's going to look to get there. Na'Vi will have some space that's safe, but Reply Totem, we've seen how these Valkyls and late game rotations have not necessarily worked out for teams in the past in our series today, and everyone's going to be looking at them. You never want to go first, but it looks like they are going right back where they came from. And we just blew through our one chance. By feet we go under the Bangalore smokes. What are we going to be able to do from here? Because we are getting stared at.
Now Reply Totem, we're going to try and creep this one up. They've got 2 teams basically nearby them, but It's GoNext, I believe, as just a solo. So not too much to deal with, but they did not clear out their backs as they drop down. There's Cats pushing out. Luckily for them, they decide not to shoot back, and they're gonna have to eat this Bangalore ulti. Slowed down his catch, but it looks like in all the confusion he'll survive. Never mind, it's all up to Nisa. Reply Totem and Cat are now eliminated, bringing us down to our final squads here. Monkey D Posty trying his best to survive. Atlas now all up to Black Venom to try and keep his team up. Will he be able to secure a third place? Na'Vi pushes out. VC Go are out. Atlas are still alive, and 10K are looking to finish them off.
Oh, okay. 3 teams left. And I mean, Na'Vi looking like a final raid boss over here with 92 points on the day thus far. You got Na'Vi, you've got some remnants of Atlas over there, and we know what this is going to come down to. Post kill here pulls out the Sheila. Oh, Kashera.
With that Havoc is going to charge forward now, wants to finish them off, but now it's Na'Vi dropping on them.
Oh, and Zidane with the EVA 8 to put the finishing blow. We are at 3 wins on the day for Na'Vi. That is crazy. Once we go into the last game of the day, they have potentially seeded a 50% win rate and can even best that. Uchako, Hiarka, Zidane. I know when you guys said you weren't happy with the 4th last week, that you were only focused on match day number 2. Whatever changes you made, it's brilliant. Honestly, you guys are in final form. We heard Hackett's talking about him too, Jamerson, right off the halftime show. He's like, no, they're good. They've been looking good in scrims. They're looking good in match days. And we are just getting the year 5 split 1 started.
And it's important, especially when you have these high expectations of you, to be able to perform like this, right? A lot of the times that kind of pressure will end up eating away at a team, but instead Na'Vi rise to the occasion. They're at 90 some odd points, which is ridiculous because last week in our first outing for EMEA in match day number 1, our winners, Infinite, only had about 70 some odd points. Now Na'Vi have smashed that, and they still have 1 more game to go.
I just want to see him keep winning. I don't know. It's making me happy, right? Like, you just have to think. It's been a long time coming for them. And so seeing them kind of double down and just really going off to a good start. But we also saw some shifts on the leaderboard. I can't wait till we get to dive into that, because with 75% British falling too early into match number 5, it left a lot of room for teammates to try and throw down and see if they could get into the top 3 the best they can. But guys, we're gonna go ahead and cut to a quick break, and when we come back, Jamerson and I will make sure to break all that down for you.
160度囲むようなそんなシーンに見えましたが、そこから出るところ、リドルは2位狙いの B ですかね。はい、止めていきました。これでニュービー RRX が全滅。さあ GHS との勝負になります。ただこれ誰も落ちてないので全然ありますよ。ありますね。ただアマ状況入れかせなくを取った。このラックが刺さっている。そうブームがチャンピオンを取るのか。さあ綺麗な2対2になりました。ただこのグレネード起点になる。スビのアーマー全て削れてしまった。さあこれはベテランが分からせるのか。またモモワムイはただ滑り込まれて、最後は GHS。 さあ最後に新旧入り混じるアネモネ、そしてモモ。ただこれで 1v2 になったか。いや起こせてはないんですが、体力が削れちゃってるので、はい、いやアネモネかなり苦しい。さあ O2 かリグナイトか。アネモネモモの打ち合い。モモのリードあるか。いや最後しそこで来るのがフナティック。そしてそれを眺めるのはジロゾン。さあフナティックが抑えて、最後の人どこだとさあようやくお離れから動いたジロゾン。動きましたね。さあここにいた銃声聞いた。もうこれは3人残ってるということでポイントは与えない。さあ来るなら来てみろ。ソレイユよく頑張りました。デュオで2位に入りました。しかしこれでウルパの3部隊。さあ RRX このポータルどこにつながっている。敵の目の前。さあ下に追いついてギバーユーフォリア全滅。さあやはりテックウィンが有利になりそう。登ってくる敵を先にエリアも広げにいってますよ。はい さあフナティックがその O2 側に行く。ここを取らなければチャンピオンはないというそんな判断か。エロバリケードとともに結構 O2 にいいダメージ入れてますねこれ。
はい。ただ O2 一度ダメージもらって下がってますね、でそこに玉で来たオーブと当たってる形になってますね、
さあ結局フナティックが押し合った格好になった。 O2 を動かしたのは日本のフナティック
でオーブも弾いてますね。
さあ2チーム弾いてオーブ全滅。そして有利なところから
5 matches down, only one more to go. It's the ALGS EMEA Match Day number 2. I'm SpiderTip, that's Jamerson, and we've been having an absolute blast all day, calling the action, seeing everyone that's been throwing down with the legend ban system, the changes that we saw from week 1 into today. Jamerson, it's been a blast, let's put it that way. Let's go ahead and look at the final circle though, because I want to hear your thoughts, especially on things we might have missed.
Honestly, some of these fights have been such awkward timings here, but we had a lot of great moments throughout match number 5 here. Na'Vi though, I mean, born to win, they are living up to their name so far. 3 wins on the day, already at triple digits overall. It's clear who's going to be winning today, but by how much is what Na'Vi's going to be answering in this last game.
It's crazy. I mean, at least when you think about the point system, they're going to be capped at some point. But you know what? Do it in a dominant fashion when it comes through. You can see those bits of 10K. Kashera down there on the low ground, post kill looking to join him. And then it's Zedon here under the guise of the ult. So let's go ahead and look at this as well, because G-Dolphin and Atlas, this is just horrifying.
I'm sorry. He's just playing a game of tower defense here. Oh, we got the slow-mo on this, but they were lined up. I mean, we got some great Kraber like collats throughout the days last week, and now we get these Sheila highlights. Absolutely love it. Love that spray transfer as well. G-Dolphin, I'm so glad that we get him back once again for ALGS, and in an environment where I feel like he'll thrive the most.
Yeah, 100%. I know Dia's somewhere just smiling when he sees that clip, knowing how much he loves Rampart. I even saw that like wall bounce at the end, just trying to save yourself. And I'm like, you cannot deny the inevitable that's about to be dropped on you from this Sheila moment. Just let it happen, because look, we saw him there. Later on, you see him holding down the fort behind the amped cover saying, I dare you to take that portal. We've seen people, they get a little overzealous and they're like, I'm just going to pop into the portal, see what's going on. No big deal. I can always come back. No, I'm so glad for any enemy's sake that they didn't try that push.
And I think as a statement, right, we were just before that happened where like they were set up, they had all the out covers set up. We're like, who's going to try and push that? Well, Na'Vi. It was going to be Na'Vi, of course, clearing out that side completely. Now, one thing I do want to note is that it felt really awkward in that final engagement, right? Where you had 10K. We were talking about how strong they were positioned. They had the amp cover down. They had the natural cover of that tree to work with. I don't know what kind of pushed them down to try and finish off. Like, it seemed like they were going for a, you know, secure second play with that drop down onto, I believe, onto them, when they had a big opportunity up against Na'Vi to try and take them on 3v3 full on, but instead kind of gave that one away. So I want to go back and take a look at that eventually. That was a very awkward play, but overall, you know, Na'Vi doing everything right. They're able to exploit every single little bit of advantage they get in all their fights. And honestly, it just feels like, you know, they took all the lessons to heart from every, you know, from champs, and they're living up to everyone's greatest expectations. They're making sure that, you know, it wasn't just a fluke for anyone that, you know, any of the naysayers outside of that, because of how many great performances we got out of champs. But GoNext and, well, Na'Vi now are proving that it wasn't a one-time thing, that they are here to stay, that they are basically inevitable.
Hey, GoNext here today, different roster, but also having a strong performance. So I get it, but I think it's a really good note that you mentioned there on 10K, because I know we were highlighting, they're like, got the amped covers down, you're on the tree, you made the early rotation with the Wraith portal. What was that call that looked like for them to go ahead and full send to the end game? So those are things that we like to VOD review during the weeks, and sometimes we don't get the comms here live on broadcast. We have to go find those things out, especially. But however, guys, I know we just got back from a break. We are gonna pop on over to another quick break. We got some things we're gonna work on behind the scenes. So when we come back, we're gonna get into match number 6.
Are taking this very slowly. Huge shot from Yuka! And here come E36! This could be a monster! Threshold and make it into that. Oh! What the
You win that, you win that, you win that.
Alliance now spot Dreamfire, know what's going on, and know that this is the next team to focus. In fact, they're going to focus them with extra attention by sending it onto Dreamfire. 140 off the hip fire from Hackett, and Dreamfire are wiped off the face of the earth. 5 teams left, and no one is pushing Alliance. No one is punishing this. They set up a Newcastle wall. They've still got time to reset, and Virtus Pro on the other side have lost one. Lou's getting rezzed. Slayer plays defense, but again, a re-knock onto Lou. We're playing inside of Newcastle walls. We can do so little, but Alliance can do it all as Unlucky comes in. 3 squads left. Enter Force 36 go down. Alliance are fighting it off against Green Stego in the last 2, and Unlucky is sticking the res through the Catalyst wall, through everything. Alliance Mastiff blast their way to victory.
Okay, Fnatic with 1 on the ground. They have to be a little bit more circumspect in how they play this. Somehow maybe getting the reset here. Oh my lord.
The nade is huge here. It actually puts a dent to the way they're trying to reset, but nobody could overextend because all the teams are looking at each other. Dome for dome, but Fnatic put the dome down last.
Oh my god, the nade manages to catch Yuka out. I don't know if they've got time to res him again. Will the Shielders come into play in this last 3 squads? Aurora down first. Fnatic go in. Can they finish it off with a win?
Fnatic now with the height advantage, now with the health advantage, take the final game within the series.
So now moving up to fight Alliance.
Yeah, here we go. The fight's gonna break out, man. Alliance versus GS. Nice, good shots. Gotta get heals here though, man. There's no shields on either. Dexter now goes down. Alliance now with a swing. Effect has to go crazy here. He's got a
big shots there from Asia.
Effect!
1v1.
Effect! Come on, baby!
Which sends one player flying, and Ninjas will be eliminated, but it's VK Gaming reloading the Massive, but not in time. QQ, entire team below him. Jeez, it's professional eliminated as well. That's a solo. Can he do it? Yes, he can. VK Gaming will close out, and it's all thanks to that man on your screen.
Dropping. Dead. Get the pin. Get the pin. There's a team on the top left.
I'm kidding.
There's a team on that top left.
I'm gonna bubble from right, okay? You play slow. Why don't you Q first?
Q first, okay. They're not getting charged. Chill for now. What? Top is gonna drop. Bubble out.
Bubble right.
Yes. We might want a third party low ground. No.
You have all. You're gonna put it down. On the right. Fight left.
I can't really. Give it crack. Give it on. Give it left. Left. Rumble. 483 right here. On me. In the knock. Outside. Nice. Crack if you need. Pressing.
Chill.
Play my knock.
I'm playing. I'm bubbling.
Yes. Heal off. Next right. One. Let's go, boys.
Shopify still playing on the corner. They're looking at 100 Thieves while playing with space to allow one of the members of Shopify to actually harass LG. Here's the PSF, but they lost out on Zap first. Reps gets the next knock. It's a trade-off after they're able to get the knock onto Jen. Now it's going to be that 1v1 Bro trying to slide in with the EVA 8 shots. What? He gets the finishing blow. 100 Thieves get eliminated. Verhulst, what did you eat for breakfast today?
NRG now making their way through the tunnel.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Please.
Oh my god, the headshot!
Oh my god! Are you kidding me? What
Oh
a
my
shot
God.
from Legacy.
Okay. 3 seconds on my Phoenix.
I kind of need to play out, guys.
I'm not area. I feel like. Yeah, I'm muted.
I'm like okay out here. Give me a lot of kills on me. A lot of kills on me. Give me that. Crack double. Right here. Just triple crack. Oh my god. Dude,
Come on up here.
Yep.
Never mind.
Focus Steve Rotos.
Yes.
Triple above. Right here. Stand up right.
Crack.
Looking here. All down on that team. Give up, come up. I'm playing this. Yeah.
Yeah, they can
kill him.
It's going to be up to Light to hit a big shot with this Kraber. It's a 3v3 to win this first match.
Bubble does give them a chance to reset, but they are still on the low ground here. That Kraber shot could be everything. All you need is one big shot can make a difference. They do have the ult here. It's going to force a bubble on the other side.
Castle wall goes down. Is that going to be a distraction? Are they playing for KP? That's the question. 1C has to be careful. But it's going to be Imperial Hal who gets that first knock. But now it's all up to Hal. The CEO has to clutch and he can't. GG from the low ground. Take down Falcons. Oh. Surprise. It's Aurora. Right inside of the building. But Ren doesn't mean too much. It's a 1v1 and Aurora get decimated. Who were dead and buried, it felt like a few moments ago. Back in this game, and here comes E36, the slam into the bubble.
Might be a re-burial, as Enter Force 36 have been fighting so well so far, but now they need to work together with these peaks. There's a bit of hesitation here.
Gibio going down, knocked them not fully reset, but at least on their feet. It would have to be magic for them to turn this one away. But the way the Enter Force 36 are fighting right now, and the way that the crowd here in Sapporo is behind them, nothing looks like it can stop them.
오른쪽 간다. 나이스. 갔다. 이런 왼쪽에도 봐야 돼. 왼쪽 던져. 뭐야? 야, 보자. 와봐. 지금 해. 지금 개피.
And who else but E36 looking to win yet another fight? How trying to win this one here for Falcons. Not quite connected, but now we are. Falcons are gone, and it's another team fight for E36 that goes their way.
Can anyone take this team down?
야, 픽. 왼쪽. 가게. 개구니게. 들어갈게. 굿살. 짤. 나이스. 나 힐. 야, 돌아. 야, 오른쪽 아래 미치. 야, 오른쪽 아래 싸우는 거 같은데? 싸운다. 야, 이제 와봐. 라사라. 끝났어? 야, 끝. 야, 네 분대야. 가게.
TSM, the armor disadvantage might have been too much. Another KP goes to E36. 100 Thieves has gone as well. And here come E36. This could be a monster of a game.
He can't be doing that. Unlucky now with the Newcastle ulti in the res, potentially.
Okay.
No.
Hawkus getting rezzed. Fury on the ultimate low ground.
Oh my god. Unlucky. Nice!
Oh my god, Alliance turned this around.
Oh,
and Furia eliminated.
My god, Furia does go down, baby. Furia is now knocked.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
They could easily go take top.
I mean, this is exactly what you want, bro, as a Complexity fan. Them, I don't even know if I go top, bro. Monsoon. Oh, Monsoon!
Ew!
Oh! Oh!
Double 198!
God. What did we just watch?
Corner. And now they're coming out to actually challenge some other squads. And it could not come at a better time as Fnatic start taking fights themselves. Complexity are going to get the chance to tangle with them, but Fnatic are taking this very slowly. Huge shot from Yuka with a 140, clutching this bubble fight for them, making it so that nobody from Fnatic drops.
Oh, gets the cleanup here. Zero Tenacity get eliminated. Source X and Y now trying to get the KP as they were sitting at 15.
Oh my god, this has been a masterclass from Source X and Y. GHS Professional, they move to the other side of the fence. Is it the right decision? Seems like it. Last game that are looking to get above the threshold and make it into that.
Oh, what the great quick scope.
They're bubbling over. Bubble 5. You need to bubble out.
Yeah, bubble forward.
Yeah, bubble forward. I'm gonna bubble left. Okay. Bubble left, yes, lane bubble.
Nice.
Look above.
Any match.
Yes, make it. Pop it. Give me cracks. Give me one. Dead.
Nice.
Then we can start the right. Come right. Yes, right. Give me cracks. Last team. Full team on right. Clear my key. Solo on left. Take them. Burning one. Okay. Heal.
Okay, I'm good. You cannot run.
Dead. Cracks.
Furia gonna be eliminated. All eyes dead center of this zone in the water, and a bubble comes out to first Alliance. Unlucky damage.
Oh my god, the Eva's putting in work right now.
Oh my god, Effect needs to hold strong here. Can he swing?
And he swings to Gibby and VP eliminated.
Oh my, because third party. Effect gets a knock. It's T-Law and Duo going down.
Wait, T-Law went solo in there.
It's a duo. And the last one now.
And he's all swings. He's gonna go down.
They got the res off.
Now look at Shuby goes down as well.
Alliance, brother. What a beautiful play right now.
As all three of the teams are currently hiding below it. A big slam up onto it. Natus Pro moved first.
And the counter pick from Design, so he is able to use his slam on the Newcastle second. That is what gives you the advantage in these fights with this Newcastle meta. And 100 Thieves are still king of the high ground for now.
But is second better or is third? Complexity presumably still have their wall in, but will they even get a chance to use it? Timmy scares them off with the Sheila. So much damage coming out in such a short time.
Look at the stare down. Look at the weight. Nobody wants to come in first between these Newcastle mobile barriers. 100 Thieves are cleaning up before being the champions of their 6th game in the series.
And now, with the bombardments ringing out, the timer on VP to use this high ground to their advantages is diminishing.
What's scary in a last fight like this is what can the Mirage do versus the Ramparts that are left in this lobby. You don't have a Sheila to deal with the remaining teams. Playing split position like away, managed to get right back side by side with the rest of Fnatic. VP are staring them down, trying to mow them down.
Now that the high ground's out of play, Complexity, they're waiting, but they don't want to take on VP first. Mirage can be so chaotic in these situations. Surely the advantage is Fnatic's.
You've been bamboozled. They use the Mirage, they let the masses sing, and with the G7 Fnatic!
See the bubbles go down, and they send the Catwall down as well. They split the zone. They completely own this side.
They might force the fight, force VB into LG, and then they can just wait. Will GoNext get the chance here to win this whole damn thing?
The wall goes down as well. Surely, LG and VP have to engage. They're so close that they can almost smell each other at this point.
Dark Veil's gone though. And maybe that was the chance. All bubbles. Now it's the slam!
The slam for VP, but GoNext will hold. Zidane! It's Sykes! LG looking to claim their destiny, but it's GoNext who win it! They are your ALGS Championship champions here in Sapporo, Japan, and EMEA claim!
Fnatic are taking this very slowly. Huge shot from Yuka!
Ninjas in pajamas, ANCL played down in the kill feed, but look at them, these nades are ridiculous, nasty!
Picks up.
Come right down to the last second. The medkit is getting closer and closer. Just about pops
Now they're coming out to actually challenge some other squads. And it could not come at a better time as Fnatic start taking fights themselves. Complexity are going to get the chance to tangle with them, but Fnatic are taking this very slowly. Huge shot from Yuka with a 140, clutching this bubble fight for them, making it so that nobody from Fnatic drops.
Space for themselves. Meanwhile, everybody else is also trying to do the same. You talked about ninjas in pajamas. ANC outplayed down in the kill feed, but look at them. These nades are ridiculous.
Nasty Nasky playing the Bombardier class right now.
3 squads left. Aurora as just a duo as Legends go down. Oirain finds a knock. Impulse finishes it off. Made in Heaven have 1 member left, and Red Rams come in from the other side. That is a very, very sad piece of it.
Huge fight for the last here. I'm not a fan of Vortex going down again to a frag. However, his teammates are putting out damage, and they're catching out dash.
This is evens now. Wei Chang does come over the top. PK does not hit the first, grabs the second, makes it a 2-pop, clutches it for Red Rams.
You win that.
Okay, no, I don't know. Okay, but this is... Okay, coming. Come here, I am.
Watch me. Okay. Yes, get on in.
Nice on you.
Break character.
Okay.
I'm coming. Fight west.
Yep. 30.
Oh, no, I'm walking forward.
Yes,
last one. Resting.
Alliance are at the top of the hill. They are the kings, and Guild are coming up to contest them for it.
You talk about information, right? Everyone's got the same, especially with those drones. They hear the shots. They know it's time, but MT gets dropped by Tyler. Tyler's a boon right now for Alliance, but this is absolutely crazy. He's on 5. He's the kill leader.
Ruins DSM's game. 9 lives take them out. Well, they've got a bit to cover themselves. Don't have the manpower to fight. Instead, Furia down to just 1 is going to make this a real chaotic endgame. Watson popping a bat behind knockdown shields. Left to attempt a third party off of the back of this. Gets the shield back, immediately drops them again in a 2 versus 1 scenario. And the melee is going to be enough as 9 lives go down. Watson comes in the final 1v1.
Who's arriving to third party through the choke? It's going to be Team Liquid, and here they come. Liquid will get the final pieces as we're down to 16.
Yeah, Fnatic's still alive at the moment, but for how long? Because Liquid are pushing in.
Oh!
How's your defense, Fnatic? Can you hold on? Can you hold strong? They're doing well right now, but you've got to go big.
Zone damage is going to be a problem here for both players. Leica trying to clutch up. They've managed to turn this into a 1v1 somehow or other. But Leica chooses to pop the shield battery instead of the med kit. Can he get a syringe off in time? Gonna try and time the med kit. Did he get the timing right on this though? It's gonna come right down to the last second. The med kit is getting closer and closer. Just about pops in. It's perfect from Leica.
I have never heard a crowd cheer for a med kit that loud before, but I bloody love it.
I don't know.
They could easily go take top.
Thank you so much for your patience, guys. We are back at the Apex Legends Global Series. It's EMEA Match Day 2, A versus C. I'm Spider Tiff. I got Jamerson along for the ride. We've been having an absolute blast, but I think everything should be situated on the back end, so I hope you at home had a really good time theory crafting about what we're going to witness here for match number 6. Will it be more Na'Vi victories? I'm not sure, Jamerson. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if they bookended the entire day with another win, that'd be crazy. I'd love to see it. They already have a 50-point lead, but it's just about how much more they can win by. So, again, I love that, you know, our reigning world champs are proving why they are the world champs. They're doing it on so many different looks. We were talking about at the top of the show how every single team, this is the biggest test. This is the biggest hurdle that they'll have to face in having to play Broken Moon, having to play the new Legend Band system, everything, and Na'Vi have more than risen to the occasion so far. I know it's super early on in the split, but how do you stop this kind of momentum?
It's tough. I mean, you know they got 4th place in week number 1, and as of right now, a 50-point lead, 2.4 average placement, 56 kills in 5 games, 23,000 damage dealt. It's just disgusting, and we are still getting one more map for them as you see them kind of at their starting grounds of Cedo Station, which is wild when you think about it, because you know this is Naski's stomping grounds where they were locking into Cedo, and they're all the way down in Coastal Camp. But we'll see what circle we get for our final match of the day.
Yeah, we started off on Storm Point going over towards Downed Beast, had that pylon ending in game number 5. Now we'll see if we get a better look. But we also have to mention we had our final ban of today's matches here in EMEA, and it was going to be Bangalore. So it's kind of interesting to see how these bans kind of got accelerated when it was Storm Point first last week, and then we moved on to E District. Crypto and Bang did not see a ban, but they were close. If we had a ban after game number 6, it would have been Crypto, and then Bangalore looked like she would have been next on the chopping block if we went into a game number 8. And so kind of new looks overall in terms of the bans, but still we're seeing that, yeah, Ash, the Newcastle, and the Catalyst are still high priority.
I love that you bring that up, because I'm like, wait, Wraith survived, Alter survived. Like, we're seeing different looks here, but same. We got more Southern Zones coming through on Storm Point. No stranger to us here at home. Aurora can fight their way into it. They're still looking to kind of recoup based off their initial 3 Broken Moon matches. The start of their series didn't go their way, and they've been kind of clawing their way back for Legion Gaming. Not a bad rotation for them out of Echo HQ. They're going to have priority, but not before Ninjas and Pyjamas has something to say about it. And this is where you start to think that Renock coming through there onto Team Nemesis at their behalf, and it gives Remix the time to kind of get up there and put the finishing touches on CAT.
Yeah, for Nemesis, they are just balls to the walls, trying to finish off CAT here, and the flank from Noises as he drops down. Looks like somehow someone will get away, but for the time being, CAT basically getting finished off.
Not out of it just yet, though. Anytime one player can get out of dodge, I'm like, go, run, do whatever you can, find a crafter, get back into it, have no fear. But for Team Nemesis to be able to hit a redeploy and start chasing, respectable. It could cost you, though, especially when you start seeing this lower scope of CAT running down Black Diamond straight into VC Go, who are lurking at the wall.
Yeah, this could bait Nemesis into a very terrible position, but it looks like he might have spotted out the shots coming out. No, never mind. They're still full sending for this point. I don't know what they've got against CAT, but they are definitely sending a message here. For Team Nemesis, though, they need every single point. Now, despite the lead that Na'Vi have, we do have, of course, our second place team with 51 points. So it's a little out of reach for Team Nemesis to try and get second place. But there is a world where if they have a pop-off performance, maybe they get third, maybe they get fourth. All of these are going to be super important as the split continues on. And of course, you want to start off the split as strong as possible. Looks like we might have a small engagement here between Z10 and Totem, as they're just taking early positioning here over at Launchpad. This is where the ring is pulling towards. Again, Cats, cybercats in the same group. Why did we decide this was going to be okay?
It's fine. At least the cybercats have a really cute logo here, and I always love seeing what they post on social media. That's one of my favorite things. But for Taskmaster Ranches and OCs here, it's not a bad positioning, considering you can gatekeep the entirety of the Northwestern as they look to rotate down through this area. Now, will that happen? Sure. If you put enough pressure on them, like we just saw with 10K, they're kind of backing off and dabbling around just that south Stormcatcher area, and they'll get towards Launchpad relatively soon. But the question is, for 75% British, who just fell out of second place, still in a top 3, but Phoenix is going under so much pressure. Arctic from EXO, we saw how crazy they were looking, taking every single fight they could over the past 2 matches. They're the ones that really want to kind of step into that, and they're only 7 points behind.
Yeah, right now for EXO Clan, they had a pretty clear game plan. I would say that early Mad Maggie picked for them, right? Despite having so many different options, they decided to stick with that one pretty early on. I think we saw it even on Broken Mood. So they want to play off of that aggression, utilizing both the double assaults and having the extra firepower when it comes to just full out team fight, right? Having the Tempest down along with the Mad Maggie ultimate gives them a lot of extra movement speed in team fights that I think they're really trying to utilize here, and they've been able to use it to pretty decent success. On our north side here, Ronin, our second place team from EMEA Day 1, haven't had the same kind of performance so far. It's Atlas now looking to gatekeep them.
Ooh, I mean, you've already got the Fuse ulti down, and we saw what Atlas can do. G-Dolphin in particular, this time his weapon of choice is just gonna be that 30-30 behind the amped cover, and it puts down a lot of damage. And Reply Totem, despite the brilliance in match number 4 to take that win, it's gonna be cut short here, and we'll see them again later in Split 1.
Dolphin with Sheila in hand tries to chase down. They've got the advantage in this fight for now, but it takes some damage here. They have to keep in mind that they are, of course, fighting in the ring. They'll be taking that persistent damage, and throughout all of this, they might have gotten the slip. They spot one out. They make their way into the wall. I believe the second member of Ronin should still be up, though, but G-Dolphin now going to go ahead and give chase. They're going to try and cut one off, utilizing that evac tower. It's MG Clutch on the low ground here as Tryhard Thor is going to chase after this one. We'll see where G-Dolphin goes, who he decides to back up, and it's going to be Tryhard Thor, and he needed to because MG Clutch ends up getting that knock.
This is tough. Sometimes when you see fights like this, you're just like, why? Because at the end of the day, you only hurt yourself with these hyper aggro out in the ring kind of pushes, but they're doing everything that they can. The best part about this is you're playing deterrence, which allows your other member of your team to go out and hit a reset, but G-Dolphin finds a knock onto MG Clutch, still look towards the wall, but do they know that they got away? Like, how much longer can we realistically live out here? I see 3 syringes, and we've got to bide our time to go ahead and hit the pickup. As we saw elsewhere, 75% British down and out of the lobby. It opens the door for ExoClan to get into the top 3.
That's huge. Our number 3 team down with 46 points. And with how many teams are in striking distance of 46 points, we can easily see them dropping down, maybe even to 6th place here. As we get a better look at the ring, we knew it was going over towards that launch pad side, but it's actually fading more towards Devastated Coast. Some of the outskirts of it are in. We have plenty of teams there. Legion Gaming, GoNext, WEH, along with SJP2, who were able to avoid that fight that they had early on up against Aurora. Aurora, once again, taking their time coming in from the northeast side over at Jurassic right now, but we are starting to see a convergence of teams on that north side as well. Team Nemesis, Na'Vi, VC Go, all there on the north. That could be our next big engagement.
Yeah, it's wild looking at where Legion Gaming and 10K, kind of their neighbor just on the eastern side of things, are setting up. Mind you, Legion Gaming starting over down in Echo HQ. They get that early rotation in, and they committed straight towards this side. They didn't say, oh, we're going launch pad, because then you might have to like taper it back and fall a little bit further south. We did just see another team fall out of the lobby. That's going to be GoNext, second place team with 51 points on the day. So ExoClan, look, if you have a massive game, there is a real possibility that you can get all the way up to 2nd.
Our 2nd, 3rd, and 5th place teams all knocked out before even hitting placement points. This is one of the most volatile lobbies we've seen in quite some time. Evac Tower, Nemesis are right, the Skyward Dive, but they are right underneath it. It looks like Na'Vi now here on the northern edge are looking to get aggressive. Zidane is already in position, spotting one out. That's Nemesis, a 1-for-1 exchange.
Yeah, they go for the chain, and Nuchako into the void and gets caught off guard to the right-hand side. Remix Powers drops him. Is this the first time that we're seeing Na'Vi get bested this early on? Tiarka guarding the portal, takes the retreat. And you start thinking, what does that look like for them? Do we get the reset? I don't think people are going to look to push this. We have plenty of time. And they're just going to full send. Yarka says, okay, look, I'm going back. I'm challenging this.
see if he can get the banner and get out, but it looks like no. So Hierarcha is out of this one. Zidane, though, will survive for the time being. Unfortunately, I believe he is running into another team. It's going to be VC Go just to the north of him right now, but he might be able to work his way to the western edge. I believe there's a respawn beacon, a couple of them on that northwest side. Atlas versus Ronin, the fight that will not end. They ended up getting a knock onto Hoodie, surprisingly enough, but I don't think they'll be able to finish him off.
Look, we've seen this happen to teams throughout our series today. If you're working on coming out of this circle and taking that ring damage, you have to have enough time to heal on up. So they're gonna look to do just that. They can bide their time and wait. But for Na'Vi, who is looking for that reset, VC Go res just ahead of them in Stormcatcher and are now playing Pursuit. It's Zidane who has to do what he can here. Last medkit on the run. He's got 6 syringes though, and he's looking for a different wrap. And you know why this is challenging, Jamerson? It's because everything that we were just talking about with Atlas and Ronin, Zidane might be popping up around it, but he just needs this respawn beacon, which is kind of horrifying.
Oh, and he's been spotted instantly, and that's so unfortunate that really that's just a consequence of Ronin and that never-ending battle. So Na'Vi are knocked out. They will, of course, end the day in first place, barring some sort of crazy miracle. But yeah, they secure first on the day. Now it's all about who comes out in second.
Still a good 50% win rate on the day. They got the win in match 1, match 3, match 5. They're fine. But for everyone else, we get to see what happens when they're out of the lobby. And Atlas here opening the door. You got the fuse right there. Hoodie from the back end just kind of playing anchor. But it's G-Dolphin who says, okay, cool. You want Black Venom? I'll give you the Sheila. And we saw what he did with this in match number 5. You can try to hit the flank, try to connect the Thermite, but we are just going to play King of the Hill and see if we can connect this line of sight.
I don't really have options to try and challenge this one right now. Thor covering his back though, as he will go ahead and give up height. MG Clutch is up there now. VC Go looking to come in for the third party. I'm not entirely aware of what the fight looks like, but they do at least secure 1 knock. And so they feel a little bit more comfortable here, but they don't have to risk anything. They can fight, of course, with the ring coming into them. They don't have to take that much damage. They spot out that rate to finish them all off. Throughout all of this though, cybercats ends up falling here. We're down to 14 squads. VC Go aren't going to stick around for too long. They got their KP and they'll be happy with that one, clearing out their back slowly.
Looks like F9 and Ronin will join them as we're down to our final 12. It's kind of an aggressive, fast-paced game here for match number 6 as Atlas does inevitably fall in the chaos from the northwestern side of things. That's going to give VC Go just a kind of a clear rotation in for Danish, who have been down in here looking to get into that next circle. They've got this building, but where do we go from here? We have to head towards that bridge that Aurora loves to play from. I believe there's a couple teams as we kind of pan on back with the free cam. It's NIP still alive on the high ground.
Take a look at this lobby state. This is zone 3 closing, round 3 closing right now, finishing up. We're down to 11 squads. And so the volatility of the lobby is absolutely insane. What? Skyner? Did he just shut off everyone's computers? VC Go just getting decimated there. And yeah, Zero Tenacity getting some free KP.
That's an altar play. That's an altar play, as you can see right there, the way we just used it. Shorty had the Void Nexus down inside on the cover. You see the filter there, but let's jump into a listen in here with K Swinny and Co.
They're pushing you. Bro, fuck me, man. Need to play the alt, man.
All right, let's end that listening, Jamerson, because man, did we really pick a good time for that one.
I didn't even see the markers on the nades, and all of a sudden, like 3 blew up on his legs. Zero Tenacity, though, looking for a little bit more here. Kashera from 10K. We'll get the knock onto Bambino. Now Zero Tenacity, no armors between any of them. It's all up to Missy as Team Nemesis are looking to clean things up. Kiner will get finished off, and it's Team Nemesis looking for a final Game 6 rally.
Oh, Noises. So good to have you back here alongside Zuni and Remix. But for 10K here, looking to break into the top 10 if they can. Have plenty of realms to do it. But this is a massive game from Team Nemesis at 29 points. I'm trying to think of what that threshold above them looks like. Aurora's still alive, and they were situated in about 8th place on the day. Plenty of room for improvement considering everyone from the south side of 10th place is still alive in the lobby. And they're all the ones that have everything to gain.
Look at that lurk play coming out from Zero Tenacity as Team Nemesis charge forward ahead of them. I don't think they're actually aware that Zero Tenacity are right behind them. So they bide their time. Trigger discipline coming out from them. Team Nemesis find themselves in an engagement with Aurora. It's gonna allow possibly 10K to zone in from the side, find an angle onto them. The Team Nemesis looks like for Zero Tenacity, they have to charge forward with the ring closing in on them. Nemesis to their back, and Team Nemesis are knocked out.
There's no way we survive here. If it's like, if you're going down, I'm coming down with you at this point, and Aurora is gonna be one of the last standing on that side of things. But for Danish, you pop on in, you can try to lifeline res all you want, NIP down and out, WEH, and just like that, we're into the final 5 teams. You got SJP2 over by the Mythic Bin, Legion Gaming, who's been here since the start, the Battle of the Bridge with Aurora and Danish, and 10K up to the north.
Yeah, for Danish, Aurora, and 10K, this is a huge opportunity to propel themselves possibly into 3rd place, possibly into 4th place. They need to gobble up a lot of these kills, though, that are remaining. And really, for them, there's only 12 points in terms of KP, an overall shift of 24. That's the big possibility for them. And I think for 10K, that puts them possibly, if they get every single KP, into 2nd place. But it's extremely close here, and it's not going to go uncontested. You can see that there's so much space for every single team to work with. Really, it's only Aurora and Danish that have the most friction on their side of the map right now. They're basically right on top of each other. Aurora has to keep an eye on their back as they try to keep the zone to themselves.
I love that Kashera was just trying to play one in the chamber there. Like, he was waiting for them to kind of like line up and maybe grab a collat, and instead the lone Wraith says, I see what you're doing, my guy, you're not getting away with it. So good to see them being able to do that on the Wraith, right? It's a little bit more forgivable, and you go back to your tree and your amped covers yet again. Danish popping up to the top on the just above Aurora, but look at Legion Gaming and 10K here finally breaking into this fight.
You also have to worry about SJP2 running in from that south side, but it looks like SJP2 are more than okay with allowing 10K and Legion to go for this engagement, but it's going to be 10K moving their way on in with that Wraith portal. Again, crazy that Wraith was able to survive into game number 6, but that leaves these opportunities open for them. Great movement out from them, getting out of a lot of these fights, but never mind, the fight comes to them. It's Aurora on top. It's a 1-for-1, but there's almost no HP between the final 2 players here for 10K, and Aurora want to secure the 2nd place for themselves.
And they just took way too much damage onto that. So even though they haven't fallen out just yet, but Aurora reaps the benefits, gets their position, and can play accordingly. And with Legion Gaming down to a solo, it seems that we're just going to do the rat play for endgame. And now Danish from the high ground, just trying to find everyone else. Can we wrap up as many kills as possible? Okay, sure, I'll take that one.
Yeah, Danish now looking for just a little bit more. Just one shot could secure them that, but now Aurora are trying to turn things around onto Danish, take that high ground away from them, but they're both peeking from the same position, which makes it incredibly difficult. You can see that Danish were able to dissuade that push, and so now it's Danish on top. And look at the power advantage they have in this lobby as well. They've got that red helm on, the red helm onto the altar. They've got the gold helm for the Wraith. They might want to swap those things around, but because of that skirmisher perk that Wraith already plays off of, but you know, this is just splitting hairs at this point. For Danish, they just want a strong finish to the day.
They really do. And as that circle keeps on coming in, you can just see behind the amped cover, I don't hate it. Get as many placement points as you can on the day. For Aurora, who started out incredibly slow on Broken Moon and have been fighting tooth and nail to get into the top 5, have done just that. Now, mind you, a top 3 is 46 points, so only 8 points ahead of them. 9 Impulse, Kazak, and Oirein They can do it. They can keep on moving forward. They just need a couple more. So 9 Impulse drops the Wraith portal, looking to climb towards the high ground. We're gonna avoid out on the Fuse ulti that came their way. But if we play directly underneath Danish and avoid lines of sight,
either team can take third place here with the victory, but it's Aurora stuck on the low ground. You can see Fricks trying to force one out of cover with that Q. Aurora now in shambles as Danish drop down.
they found so many angles. The fact that we've connected and put pressure, and 9 Impulse, the first to go down, putting it into a 3v2. Danish should be able to clear them out as they swing and capitalize on it, giving them a Game 6 win here to end the day. The question is, was it enough to put them into top 3 overall on the day?
Yeah, remember, GN basically secured it with the 51 points overall, and of course Na'Vi with 101 points. It's all about, at the end game here, were they able to secure top 3 for themselves?
Hey, we want to know. We got to get all the score lines situated for sure, but you've got to go ahead and break it down. Aurora tried to make a play, so I got to get Glitter back in here. We've got some things to discuss.
I mean, I think one of the biggest things was Na'Vi going out definitely way earlier than expected. That opened up the door for so many of these other teams that, whether it's in previous seasons or even previous weeks, last week, are capable of having really strong performances. Obviously, Aurora being one of those teams we've talked about time and time again. And it just really allowed that points bunch to go away and start giving points to some of those other teams. At the end of the day, it was a Na'Vi dominant day, but getting at least one strong match in there to close out the series, I think, is just good for everybody to start figuring out where they kind of sit in the competition here, Tiff.
I mean, so you're saying there's a chance for other teams in the lobby once we take Na'Vi out of it? Is that all it was? Okay, fair enough. I like it.
I mean, when you do as well as Na'Vi did, like you were talking about before you even went into that final match shift, they were at a 50% win rate for the day, bare minimum. Had that been a LAN, Jamerson, they would have ended it in 5. Okay, that is absolutely insane.
Yeah, not just the 50% win rate, but the top 5 conversion as well. We don't see that happen often, where it was 5 out of the 6 games. So I don't know what percentage that is exactly. What is that, like 70-80% of their games they're able to get into the top 5? That alone, even if you only secure top 5 every single time, after 6 games, that's at least 20 points. But you know that as you get there, you will naturally get yourself some KP. So even at the bare minimum of like getting 5 top 5s, like that's just so many points. But the fact that they're able to close out these games across multiple maps, across different compositions, is a really good sign for them.
Absolutely. Consistency amongst some of the most chaotic games we've ever seen in ALGS history is impressive. So we'll take a look back at those match results and see what happened when they weren't in the conversation and where everybody kind of shook out at the end of it all. Match 6 results here. Danish, a team that we actually did see some pop-off moments throughout the day as well, Tiff. 12 KP to go with their 12 placement points.
I'll take it. Look, I will. I know they had first pick onto the mill today, and they were playing from that exceptionally well. You start to think about, even in match number 4, you've got a circle that comes your way, but to end it all with 12 KP, 12 placement points, 24-point game, and they had a good chunk of those kills just even from the mid game, trying to get into position, not really shying away from any of the fights. They bully Aurora off the bridge. They get back towards the high ground. Aurora actually plays from the low ground, and as soon as they usurped that position from them, I mean, that kind of netted them the win in endgame.
Yeah, that was definitely huge. Oh,
it was surprising because, you know, Aurora, they gave up that high ground position much earlier on, right? Even before they went after 10K, and definitely gave that complete position away from them, almost no point whatsoever to challenge. And they were able to spot that out very early on. They moved in with very little contention, and they knew how to close out from there. So Danish were able to convert off that first pick now and ultimately benefit from it.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up putting them in 3rd place overall, so definitely gives them a solid spot on that leaderboard. And even with the loss, Na'Vi still double the points of 2nd place. So that I mean, something's in the water, okay? Because that is a really strong week 2. And if this is the type of thing they can continue to do, and don't forget, that's just today on Broken Moon and Stormpoint. Obviously, they need to figure out that type of a rhythm on the rest of our maps. And I think for everyone, Broken Moon was the biggest concern. And then, you know, E-District being the second most new after that. But Broken Moon was really kind of a testing ground here today to see if what they had been doing in scrims was working, if they were able to find POIs that they like playing from, what was more important. And we saw a couple teams prioing that draft pick on the Broken Moon side of things. The rest of the region deciding Stormpoint was more important. At the end of the day, for a team like Navi, Tiff, it just straight up didn't matter.
You're not wrong. I was thinking about it, like, as you were kind of talking about Broken Moon, I was like, I personally think E-District is a little more unforgivable than Broken Moon in general. Like, I feel more confident on Broken Moon than E-District. And when I'm watching these games, I kind of think some of the teams did as well.
Yeah.
And again, to actually iterate on that point a little bit further, it's kind of interesting now how we're seeing the impact of the map orders, right? Before, it was kind of like, okay, it's just a natural reset, right? When you swapped on from one map to the next. But now there are dire consequences when these legends are starting to get banned out. We saw that last week when we went Stormpoint to E-District, that we had some room to work with the Catalyst, with the Newcastle. This time around, it wasn't the point. And we saw how much of how consequential that is once we get rid of those legends so early on.
Yeah, that's why this is going to be such an exciting season, because there's just so many things that we're trying to figure out variable wise, as are the teams. But let's start talking about individuals as well, because it's time for us to take a look at the kill leaderboard. And I would say it's close, but it's not close once you get back to that first place yet again, okay? Because 31 kills at the top of this for you, Chaco. Are you kidding me, Tiv?
Okay, Chaco. I mean, look, we see it. I think I saw a tweet earlier today where someone was like, and they took that personally after people saw their performance when they won champs and they just wanted to keep on moving through. So knowing that you were north of 30 kills on the day, think of the averages that we're witnessing. Plus, I mean, this right here, just a little bit, just a little bit. Anytime I say do it, when I see people with the Kraber in their hands, that's what I want.
Yeah, we just completely glossed over. Yeah, that was a 2v3 victory in game number 3. And they pretty much had to play it out as a 2-man when I think there were about 8 or 9 squads left. So to be able to navigate that late game is absolutely absurd. They did such an amazing job. Again, they were tested, I think, every single game, and they were able to rise every single time. So the fact that they're able to play all these different compositions, they're able to play with all these different kinds of, with their hands tied behind their back and still pull out the victories is a huge testament to the overall strength of this team.
1,000,000%. And you combine that with the fact that we did see it on the graphic. It was all P2020 yet again. Okay. Just
not surprised.
Unstoppable on that bar graph. So we were wondering, would the nerf be enough? Yeah, I think it's fine. Just leave it that way. It's okay. Don't say no. Everything's fantastic. You know what? We should get the opinion of some of our people who were finding some success there with the P2020s. And speaking of success, we're gonna bring them in because we've got Navi, obviously the most dominant force. We've got Yarka in here ready to chat with us. Please tell me what went right today, because you guys were an unstoppable force. Okay.
Hello, can you guys hear me? So
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, nice. Hello everyone, by the way. So basically, I feel like today was our day, right? We carried so hard. I feel like, we can see 31 kills was incredible. What went right today? We had very good studied Broken Moon. Steves, our coach, studied it pretty well. And then with the boost of the Broken Moon games, we just needed to keep it going on Stormpoint. So I think it was more a strategic part about the first 3 games that lead us to win in the last 6.
I love that. Well, also, Yarka, good to see you. Congrats again to you guys. A 50-point lead on the day. I mean, look, That is dominating 100%. So when you have a day where you perform and everything goes right, what are some things that you look to improve on? Because I know winners, they like to keep on improving and doing what they can. What are you taking back to the drawing board this week to make sure that on your next match day, you can keep this consistency?
So basically, obviously we won, but we had mistakes during the games we won. I feel like what we're going to take from today, we still have to watch VOD review. We had a lot of small mistakes, but I think the lobby quality helped it a little bit. I think shooting-wise, we were way above everyone else, to be honest. I mean, we could see Uxaku 1v3, I think, like 3-4 squads alone. So basically, our game plan, as soon as I see how good he was, I was just saying, Uxaku, go. Uxaku goes, kills 2, and we just... So I think what we're going to take from these games is definitely some analyzing the zones, because the zones changed again on Storm Point, which was not happening last week. And as I said, the small mistakes that we committed, because we did some. Even though we won, doesn't mean we played perfectly. We have always things to improve.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Now, there are big changes, of course, coming into this split for 2025, right? And I think the Legend ban might be one of the biggest, most consequential one. Who do you think has had to have the most responsibility in making adjustments? Like, whose playstyle had to change the most to adjust to the Legend ban system amongst your teammates?
In case of our team, I think the person who needed to adjust the most was definitely Zidane, because since his controller is harder to adapt, but he's doing a pretty good job. And then regarding, like, in general teams, what I feel like once certain characters are banned, the zone teams are not able to do anything, because the character ban is just so good, in my opinion. And I just feel like, in general, the Legend ban with the POI draft combined is just perfect improvement for Apex competitive, to be honest.
It was a situation where you guys absolutely thrived here today. So congratulations to you and the squad one more time here, Hiarka, because that was an absolute Apex Legends clinic that you put on for everyone here in the region today. Do you have any final thoughts or shout-outs that you want to do before we say goodbye?
Yeah. I basically want to thank my coach and my teammates. They are incredible. I want to appreciate every fund that we have, and Navi funds, and especially Navi for providing with the incredible facilities that we able us to work so good. We were been here 10 days. We are going away tomorrow. So I want to appreciate Navi so much. Great org. And thank you, everyone.
Well, you absolutely deserve it. Thank you so much for jumping on here and chatting with us. Congratulations one more time.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Always so humble and so sweet, even after an absolutely dominant series like that. I mean, what a day. What a day for Navi. What a day for us. That was a great week 2 for EMEA. So before we say goodbye to everybody here, Tiff, I want to get your final thoughts on the day.
Is it bad that I really wanted to ask you Chaco for like a tattoo tour? He's just kind of chilling there. You got Z down in the back, and I'm like, show the sleeves, my guy. I know we're doing an interview and we need to be professional here, but I feel like you got to show those things off. No, but for real, it was an absolute great day. I'm so happy to be back. It was a blast, and I've been loving the Legend ban system, and these are the things that you're going to take away during the week to hit the VOD review, similar to what Hiarka was saying, so we can just see the effects of what teams are going to be doing to kind of counteract. Maybe it wasn't their best performance today. It's like, what are you going to change? Because even if you win, like Navi just did today, it's like they're not happy. They want to correct all of those mini mistakes. And I just love seeing what people work on in the middle of the week.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what makes them the champions that they were. So we can see that all that hard work is absolutely paying off for the Navi trio. But Jamerson, give me your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, we knew that this was going to be an incredibly hard split for all of our teams. And I love that, you know, he shouted out his coach at the end. I believe Esteves is their coach. And I think all due praise coming their way, because they played absolutely immaculate today. I think their Broken Moon performance really did show the kind of work that he had to put in for that. So I want to say, you know, shout out as well to Esteves, my third favorite Esteves in the world. So far, we'll see if he climbs up in the ranks rankings, but I'm glad that we're able to see Na'Vi improve upon their performance from last week. That now that we have another, of course, variable thrown into things, that they're able to bounce back as well. Because we saw on E-District Stormpoint, they did fantastic, but here on Broken Moon, it looks like they have a clear advantage up against other teams. So we'll see if that's going to be an aspect that other teams approach to try and it basically improve their performance as we go on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Lots of numbers for all of our Apex stats nerds to be paying attention to after today. But Tiff, Jamerson, you guys absolutely crush it today on the cast. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, but we'll be seeing you back here in just a little bit. Thank you, as always, for being amazing. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about when I'm saying we're seeing them back here in a little bit, it's because we still have America's Match Day 2 coming up right around the corner. 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. BST. Make sure you tune back in. If one series wasn't enough, there is your second series. And of course, we've been reminding you quite a few times, but don't forget, we have the Apex Legends Global Series Open, the largest LAN in Apex Legends history, happening in just a few weeks in New Orleans. You want to be there because 160 teams is going to be absolutely crazy. Just scan that QR code, then you can get the link for your tickets, purchase them, and hopefully we will see you there. I don't even know what to expect for that LAN, but I can promise you it's going to be insane. If you guys want to keep up to date with everything we have going on here in Apex Legends, just follow us on social media. That's @PlayApex Esports on X, on YouTube, @PlayApex on Twitch. I mean, there are so many ways for you guys to keep up with everything we have going on all season long and throughout the rest of the year. So just make sure you're doing that. But like I said, we still have one more region in store. As always, a huge congratulations to Na'Vi one more time on an absolutely stellar performance. But we'll be back here in just a couple more hours for ALGS America's action. We'll see you then.